Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and first and foremost, I just want to thank Cebu Mexicana for just inviting me to be a part of this incredible event in this amazing venue.
Buenos días, señoras y señores. Antes que nada quiero agradecer a la Asociación Mexicana de Creadores de Cebu por haberlo invitado a este gran evento.
It's a massive honor and a privilege, and I don't take this lightly. This is the 41st show I've judged this year, and it's not because I've got nothing else to do. It's because I'm passionate about this industry.
Quiero comentarles que no me tomo nada a la ligera. Este es el show número 41 que juzgo durante este año.
If the indication of the quality in front of us is what's going to be what lies ahead of us today, I think we're going to have a very, very high quality and fun day.
Los animales que están aquí enfrente es la indicación de la calidad de lo que él va a buscar durante todo este día.
So before I discuss these heifers in detail, just want to start off with a few basic philosophies that I'm going to look for through the day today.
Antes de empezar a describir estos animales, quiero comentarles la filosofía a través de la cual voy a estar seleccionando los animales.
Firstly, I'm going to be looking for cattle that can eat, walk, and reproduce.
Antes que nada, voy a buscar animales que puedan comer, caminar y reproducirse.
Then I'll be focusing on the four most important economic traits in a cattle operation.
De ahí voy a buscar, me voy a enfocar en los 4 tópicos más importantes en cuestiones de productividad.
Those are fertility and longevity,
Eso es fertilidad y longevidad,
efficiency and adaptability.
eficiencia y adaptabilidad.
Now you'll notice I didn't mention milk or muscle.
Eh,
I didn't mention milk or muscle.
Ustedes ver que no mencioné músculo o leche
And I didn't mention growth or marbling.
y tampoco mencioné crecimiento y marmoleo.
As important as those traits are, they're actually irrelevant if we don't lay the foundation with the aforementioned traits first.
No los menciona porque esos tópicos son irrelevantes si no se cumplen antes los que les mencionó al principio.
Then I believe that quality cattle come in all different shapes and sizes and colors.
También él considera que el ganado viene en diferentes tallas, colores y formas.
It's very easy to make a gray one or a red one, a polled one or a horned one.
Es muy fácil hacer un rojo, un gris, un animal con cuernos o un animal sin cuernos, pollet.
And it's easy to make a big one or a little one.
Y es fácil hacer un animal grandote o un animal chiquito.
The art of breeding lies in making good cattle. And today I'm going to be looking for good cattle to win classes and divisions in the championship at the end of the day.
Y lo importante es hacer buen ganado. Y eso es lo que estará buscando durante todo este juzgamiento, buen ganado.
And then once I've decided what I deem to be a good one, it's up to everyone here who's in attendance, the producers, to decide whether that good one suits their objectives.
Y él considera que un animal bueno es un animal que cualquier persona que lo tenga se apegue bien a sus objetivos.
And whether it suits their resources,
Y así también como a los recursos que tenga.
and then whether it suits their environment.
Y por supuesto a su medio ambiente.
The heifer that wins the first class, she suits me really well because of her overall balance and femininity and muscle and volume.
La hembra que quedó en primer lugar es una hembra que le gusta mucho por su feminidad, por su volumen y por su musculatura que presenta.
Exceptionally comfortable and athletic on her feet and legs.
Es muy confortable cuando camina de forma atlética en sus manos y patas.
She's also, to go with that maternal ability that she has and that femininity and sweetness, she has true muscle shape and tone.
Es también importante ver lo femenina que es y cómo ella carga toda esa capacidad siendo tan femenina.
And then I also like the combination of muscle and fleshing ability that she has, which is something I'm going to be looking for all day.
Y así también le gusta mucho la combinación de musculatura y terminado que nos presenta el animal.
Exceptional animal,
Un
congratulations.
animal excepcional. Muchas gracias.
I really like our second place female too.
También me gusta mucho la hembra del segundo lugar.
Long-bodied and very feminine.
Un cuerpo largo y muy femenina.
She's maybe got even a little bit more natural turn to her rib cage as the heifer that wins the class.
Sin embargo, le gustaría que tuviera un poco mejor o más natural las costillas a como está la hembra del primer lugar
Also, a lot of natural thickness and base width.
y que fuera también un poco más con musculatura natural y la base de las patas un poco más ancha.
Maybe not the sweep through her center body and the softness of flank of the first heifer, but one that I think is going to develop into an incredible female.
Si bien no es como la primera, considera que es una hembra que se va a desarrollar muy bien.
I really like this third female too.
Me gusta mucho también esta tercera hembra.
A lot of growth and performance and power in her.
Mucha presentación, desarrollo y poder.
Maybe not as smooth-shouldered and as correct on her front feet as the first two,
Quizá no tan suave en los hombros como las dos hembras que están adelante de ella,
but in terms of eye appeal, power, and balance, she's outstanding.
pero en términos de vista de ojo, de estructura o de poder, está muy bien.
Then in fourth place, a slightly different type of female, long-bodied, extremely maternal and feminine.
La hembra del cuarto lugar es también una hembra quizá no igual, pero con un cuerpo largo de mucho tipo materno.
Not quite as good an angle on her hind legs as the first three females,
Quizá no tan buena en sus ángulos de las patas posteriores como las de adelante,
but I love her maternal muscle shape.
pero le gusta mucho la forma de musculatura tipo materno que tiene.
And her natural pin width and base width.
El natural width.
The width between her pins and width at her base.
Pero le gusta mucho cómo abre ella en la parte de atrás sus patas.
More quality comes to us in our fifth place heifer.
Mucho más calidad viene en la hembra del quinto lugar.
Long-bodied and full of meat and muscle.
Una hembra de cuerpo largo, llena de musculatura,
Really strong over her top hip and rump.
muy fuerte de su línea dorsal llegando hasta su grupa.
She just gets a little narrow at her base compared to the heifers ahead of her.
Sin embargo, ella es un poco estrecha en su base de las manos comparado con las hembras que están adelante de ella.
Then following her is also a heavy muscled female with a lot of growth and performance.
La hembra que sigue es una hembra muy fuerte, de bastante musculatura y crecimiento.
Incredible dimension in terms of skeleton in this female.
Increíble la dimensión de su estructura de esta hembra.
I'd like to give her a little bit more forerib and softness through her center body.
Sin embargo, me gustaría que tuviera un poco mejor sus costillas anteriores y que fuera mejor del tercio medio.
Our seventh place heifer is probably the most powerful in the class in terms of bone and muscle.
La hembra del séptimo lugar es quizá la hembra más fuerte en términos de hueso y de musculatura.
She just gets a little straight in her shoulder and maybe a little restricted on the move.
Sin embargo, él considera que es un poco derecha en sus espaldas y le restringe un poco el movimiento.
But if you want one with true muscle shape and power, that's the heifer you're going to fall in love with.
Pero si ustedes lo que quieren realmente es mucha musculatura y fuerza, esa es la hembra que deben de buscar.
And then in eighth place, a heifer that you just love in terms of her side profile.
La hembra del octavo lugar es una hembra que le gusta mucho en la forma en que se muestra de lado.
Because she's long-bodied and feminine.
Ella tiene un cuerpo largo y femenino.
She just doesn't have the natural rib shape or center body dimension of the heifers ahead of her.
Simplemente ya no tiene el ancho de las costillas ni las dimensiones del tercio medio que tienen las hembras anteriores a ella.
Exceptional class of females. Congratulations.
Una clase excepcional de hembras. Felicidades.
Gracias. Resultados para el grupo número
Okay, guys, we just started this show. We just passed the class 1 of the gray female, and this is the ternera division. This is the second class, 11 months old ternera division. So we're going to talk a little bit about the class winners from the last class. Those were the entry 6. Entry 6 was class 1. That's HRG Miss Tulija Iad 319/1. That's J. H. Sir Winston Manso Knight 85/6 daughter, and also a monthly Manso granddaughter.
Class number 2 is a very logical winner for me, and this heifer is just so powerful and so complete that she has to win the class.
Creo que en esta categoría tenemos una ganadora lógica, fácil para él, una hembra que le gusta mucho por su clase y como se muestra.
Good foot and a lot of bone,
Buenos pies y mucho hueso.
tremendous skeleton on her, a lot of center body dimension and natural thickness and muscle.
Muy buena estructura y sobre todo muy buen volumen en el centro medio y musculatura natural.
And I like how full she is in her heart girth and soft she is in her flank.
Una buena línea del corazón y muy buena también visto de la parte del lado.
She's a little straight in terms of her hind leg, but she still gets around well enough, so I still call her athletic.
Ella es un poco derecha en sus manos, sin embargo ella camina bien al desplazarse.
Then our second place female, as she comes around, is a female with tremendous dimension.
La hembra del segundo lugar es una hembra de una buena dimensión y tamaño,
Really strong behind the hump with a lot of top, hip, and rump.
muy fuerte en su parte de atrás, sobre todo en el lomo y en el dorso,
Center body dimension,
también en la parte central de su cuerpo,
and nice and flexible on good feet and legs.
y es muy buena y flexible en sus manos y sus patas.
Compared to the first female, she just gets a little more narrow at her base as she moves away from me.
Comparada con la hembra del primer lugar, ella se estrecha un poco y por eso se aleja de ese lugar.
Then our third place female, very maternal and feminine with a long body.
La hembra del tercer lugar, muy materna y con un cuerpo largo.
Here's a heifer that doesn't quite have the softness or depth of body of the first two females,
Es una hembra que no tiene la suavidad y la profundidad de las hembras que están delante de ella.
but she's a different kind. A heifer that's certainly going to impress more next year as this time comes around.
Sin embargo, es una hembra un poco diferente que seguramente va a impresionar muy bien el próximo año.
Yeah. I would like to see a little bit more sound on her feet and legs as she moves, though.
Me gustaría verle un poco mejor sus manos y sus patas cuando ella se mueve.
And then in fourth place, we've got a slightly different heifer, a heifer that's got some femininity and maternal to her.
La hembra del cuarto lugar es un poco diferente, una hembra de mucha maternidad y feminidad.
Not quite the balance from nose to tail as the heifers ahead of her have got.
No tan bien balanceada de la nariz hasta la cola como las hembras que están adelante de ella.
She just gets a little short-bodied.
Ella solamente tiene un cuerpo un poco más corto.
But what I do like about her is that natural softness and fleshing ability.
Pero me gusta mucho la forma natural que tiene de presentar su conformación y su terminado.
And she's got some thickness to her.
Y también tiene un poco de musculatura bien, sí.
And then closing off the class, a moderate framed female, which I appreciate her for her body type.
La hembra del quinto lugar es una hembra de mucha clase, muy moderna, le gusta mucho su tipo de conformación.
The reason she's in fifth place is she just gets a little straight and bow-legged on her front.
La razón por la que ella está en el quinto lugar es que es un poco recta en sus manos en la parte de adelante.
And then just a little awkward on the move on her hind legs as well.
Y también es un poco raro su movimiento en la parte de atrás cuando ella se mueve.
Good class of Brahman heifers, congratulations.
Una buena clase de hembras brahmas, felicidades.
Gracias para
Okay, let's check my sound. All right, guys. And we're going to be testing the sound here. All right. So we are in the arena with the judge, PJ Butler. Thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate it. And we're just kind of getting all set up. I had to go get a COVID test to be able to get back into the United States, so running a little bit behind, but glad to be here. So let us know where you're watching from. Hey, Mohammed, how are you? And Claudia is watching, and Mohammed said hi earlier. And Claudia was letting us know we had no sound earlier, but that was a few minutes ago. And now we do have sound. So let's talk about who was first and second in that last class. So in that last class, our first place is going to have been the GM Miss McGill. That's going to be a Mr. V8 146/8 daughter out of a JDH Sir Corona Manso female. And that is Ganaderia McGill, who they had a very good, hey Manuel, good to see you watching. Manuel helped me, made sure I figured out where to go get my COVID test today. So appreciate that, went and got it, and I'm all back. And well, everything is looking good. Manuel is letting us know that everything is looking good. So thank you, Manuel, so much. That is great. So I'm going to move over just a little bit so I can maybe help with putting those captions up on the screen. Do you think that'll work for you, Mr. Ron? Perfect. Awesome. So Manuel Ampron is watching from Texas, rooting for quite a few of the breeders. But Manuel, we were talking about the first place winner in the second class, which was a Mr. V8 146/8 daughter out of a JDH Sir Corona Manso female. And then in second place in that class, we had a Ganaderia Santa Fe. Ganaderia Santa Fe is from Tizamine, and they were showing a JDH Sir Winston Manso female who was out of one of their homebred, which of course they do a phenomenal job, and that was the Ray Table, which I think is pretty famous. So very good there. I know we're getting a little glitching on some of the camera. It looks like we have like a couple internet issues and stuff, so we're doing the best we can, and we sure hope you guys enjoy it today. So we talked about the red breeders yesterday. We had really a tremendous red show yesterday. It was really a lot of fun. And we also talked about a lot of the information that is in that November magazine. So the November magazine had a lot of interesting information in it, a lot of information about not only our national breeders and our national people that showed at the American National Show, but we also have a lot of information about the breeders and the National Cebu Show here in Mexico. So some interesting information. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with what they do in Mexico, but Mexico has, sort of like the United States does, I like to explain it that way, they have two really large shows per year. besides their regional shows, and one of their large shows. Hey, Jamie, nice to see you watching, and Leonardo, where are y'all watching from? And Carlos and Javier and Terry, nice to see you guys watching. So we are here at the National Cebu Show. We were earlier this year at the National Brahman Show. So we now are looking at class number 3. These are going to be heifers that are 12 months old, which I think we still have class number 2 and 11 months on the screen. We got a little behind with me having to go get my COVID test. So it looks like in first place up at the top, I'm looking at number 23, 24, and 27. Did we put the catalog online yet? Did we get that done?
We sent it to Marcela.
Okay, we sent the catalog, and I believe, yes, I can see in the comments we do have that you can follow along in the catalog. So right now at the top of the class, we're looking at number 23. Hey guys, thanks for watching, and let us know where you're watching from. So at the top of the screen, okay, we have 23 and 24 and 29. 23 is going to be an entry of Brahman Montebello Reforma. 24 is going to be an entry of Brahman Montebello Reforma, and then and both of those are Daniel Garcia Carrera's entries. Notice the brand with the crown. And then in the third one walking right now is, I believe that was, yes, 29. That is going to be an entry of Finca La Japaneca. So we're looking at some genetics out there right now. Genetics are going to be Wellington on 23, Wellington on 24. Actually, it looks like, look at that. 23 and 24, which if we could get in the camera to be able to see them, they are flush mates. So 23 and 24 are flush mates. And that is, I'm going to go sound off for just a second. And so it looks like we're down to the flush mates, which is really interesting. And hello, Claudia from Puebla, Mexico. Claudia is watching with us from Puebla, Mexico. So thank you for watching. We're watching right now as they battle out first and second. But either way, we're going to have a very excited owner with Daniel Garcia Carrera of Brahman Montebello Reforma. And he is the owner. And I think and both of those are full siblings. They are out of a female that is a Criadora Lastra. Remember yesterday, if you were watching with us yesterday, we spoke with Cesar Lastra, and he, oops, we're going to listen to the judge now.
Another fantastic lineup of Grey Brahman females.
Otra fantástica línea de hembras Brahman.
There's so much power in this female that wins the class. She's full of bone and muscle and substance.
Es mucho, la hembra que ganó el primer lugar es una hembra de mucho poder, de mucho hueso y musculatura.
What impresses me is on the move, she's still flexible on good joints and really good feet and legs.
Lo que me impresiona cuando se mueve es que ella mantiene una buena flexibilidad y en todas las articulaciones y se mueve muy bien.
She's the heavy muscled female in the class, but she's not coarse. She's still maternal and sweet up through her head, neck, and hump.
Ella es la hembra de mayor musculatura de esta clase, pero no es exagerada y mantiene una buena habilidad materna.
What I love about her is that true and natural rib shape that she possesses.
Y le gusta mucho la forma natural de las costillas que ella tiene.
Tremendous animal, congratulations.
Un animal tremendo, felicidades.
Now, when they're standing, I really like the second female a lot too.
La hembra del segundo lugar es una hembra que también me gusta mucho, la que está en segundo lugar.
She's beautiful on the silhouette and balanced from nose to tail.
Ella es hermosa en su silueta desde la nariz hasta la cola.
Also moves nicely on good feet and legs.
También se mueve muy bien en sus manos y sus patas.
She hasn't quite got the rib shape and center body dimension of the first heifer.
Sin embargo, no tiene las costillas y el volumen de la parte central de la hembra que ganó el primer lugar.
Then I really like our third place heifer too on the side, long-bodied, maternal with a lot of meat and muscle.
La hembra del tercer lugar es una hembra que también me gusta mucho cuando la veo de lado, tipo materno y un cuerpo también largo y profundo.
She hasn't quite got the base width that the two ahead of her have got, and neither is she quite as bold in her forerib.
Ella no tiene la misma amplitud de manos y patas en la parte de abajo que las que están adelante de ella.
But I love the natural performance she has and a really nice blend of true muscle shape and fleshing ability.
Sin embargo, sí mantiene una buena conformación, buena musculatura y una buena cobertura.
Then in fourth place, a heifer that you're really going to like on the profile and in terms of her balance.
La hembra del cuarto lugar es una hembra que vista de costado le gusta mucho por su forma natural.
I'd just like to see a bit more jaw on her and see that muzzle built a little differently.
Lo que le gustaría ver es una forma diferente de la musculatura que tiene.
Because she's easy fleshing and soft, and she still has some muscle shape to her.
Pero ella es una hembra que termina rápidamente y que también tiene musculatura.
But we will be looking at jaws and mouths today because it's very important.
Okay. Pero estará buscando animales también que tengan una buena mandíbula.
Following her is a heifer that's got a bit more growth and length and performance.
La hembra que sigue es una hembra que tiene un buen crecimiento y conformación.
On the move, she just roaches up in her spine a little bit and isn't quite as base wide as the heifers ahead of her.
Sin embargo, cuando ella camina, rota un poco sus extremidades y no es tan ancha en la base de las manos y patas como las otras.
And then in sixth place, we've got the high growth, tallest, longest bodied heifer in the class.
En sexto lugar es una hembra muy grande y larga que crece mucho.
She just doesn't have that that maturity pattern and easy fleshing ability that the heifers ahead of her have got.
Ella, sin embargo, no tiene la misma precocidad que las hembras que están adelante de ella.
But if you like one that's big and easy moving and is going to become a really big, powerful cow, you're going to love this pink heifer.
Pero si a ustedes les gustan grandes, ella se mueve bien y cree que va a ser un animal grande muy bueno.
And then in seventh place, a heifer that's maybe a little bit more refined and moderate compared to the heifers ahead of her.
La hembra del séptimo lugar es una hembra un poco más refinada comparado con la hembra que estuvo adelante de ella.
I love the smoothness and femininity of this heifer.
Me gusta mucho la feminidad y la precocidad.
She just gets a little narrow behind, not quite the natural muscle shape of the heifers ahead of her.
Ella es un poco estrecha en la parte de atrás y no tiene la misma musculatura natural que tenía la hembra que estaba delante de ella.
I love our eighth place heifer in terms of her natural muscle and body type.
Me gusta mucho la hembra del último lugar en términos de musculatura natural y forma de su cuerpo.
She runs into trouble in terms of structure, though. As she comes towards us, she gets a little pigeon-toed and open-shouldered.
Sin embargo, es una hembra que cuando la ve uno caminar, ella tiene ciertos problemas en sus manos, sobre todo en las pezuñas.
But you just love her balance, true muscle shape, and fleshing ability.
Pero le gusta mucho el balance y la musculatura que tiene.
This is a great lineup of heifers, guys. Congratulations.
Una muy buena línea de hembras. Felicidades.
Gracias.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the results in this last class. Just like I said a moment ago, we had two full siblings, so we have flush mates. They were both born November 16 of 2020. So they're both Wellington daughters. Of course, that's JDH Wellington Manso, 527/1. And then of a Mr. Criador Lastra female. And of course, as we know, those Criador Lastra females just do great. So on the bottom side, the sire of the dam was Mr. Criador Lastra. So coming in for championship consideration, and I hope you guys can hear me okay and that the sound is all good. The very first entry is going to be Tres Hermanas. And we're going to need to make sure we get a good photo for our good friend Carlos Reyes of this very first female that's coming in. So I believe this is 6, correct?
Para el catálogo de los ejemplares que están en la pista, hay 3 maneras diferentes de obtener.
Oh, no, okay, this is not Tres, okay, it's Tres Hermanos, lo siento. So it's Tres Hermanos, it's not, yeah, okay, I gotcha. Little change there, guys. So in first we had Tres Hermanos with their JD Sir Winston Manso daughter out of a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso. That's that one that if we back up a little bit that you will see, I think that what we're looking at is, there we go. Let's get you where you can see all of them so we can get backed up on this one so we can get all of them in the picture. Yep, there we go. We're trying to. It's a little bit challenging with the way the arena is set up. If we took that long lens off, I think we would be fine. Okay, so in the very first one, number 6, which we're getting ready to fix you up, guys, right now. And here we go. Okay, there we go. So those are the 3. The top one is going to be the 3 Hermanos. That's going to be JDH Sir Winston Manso daughter out of a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso female. That second one in the middle is going to be our good friend Marco Gil. That's Ganaderia McGill. He's there out of Villahermosa. And that's going to be a Mr. V8 146/8. And yes, we agree. The judge gave a great explanation. And that's a JDH Sir Corona Manso daughter there in the middle. As you notice, she's a little bit more red tinged, and we feel like that comes from that Corona Manso line. And then that oldest class, that is going to be the Brahman Montebello. That was, remember, first, second, those are full siblings. So that's really kind of interesting there because they're full siblings. And those are both Wellington daughters out of a Mr. Criador Lastra female.
This has been an incredible first division of our Grey Brahman show, and I think these 6 exhibitors in line in this division deserve a big round of applause.
Aquí estas son unas muy buenas 6 hembras de esta categoría, de este show, y quiere que les den un aplauso a estas extraordinarias hembras.
What I've tried to do here this morning is just combine that maternal mass and muscle and just put it into one package.
Lo que quiero hacer, voy a hacer este día es tratar de combinar esa musculatura masiva con una buena maternidad.
And then also have cattle that can travel well on good feet and legs.
Y también ganado que se pueda desplazar muy bien en sus manos y patas.
And cattle with that extra eye appeal that look good in the pasture but also can excel in the show ring.
Y esa hembra también que tenga un buen atractivo visual, que se pueda lucir muy bien en el pasto como en una pista de show.
I think there are 2 females here that fit those traits and descriptions really well.
Creo que las hembras, creo que todas estas hembras se pueden describir muy bien similares a lo que estoy hablando.
So I'll go choose my 2 favorites. I hope you like them too. Congratulations again on an exceptional first division.
Sí, va a ir ahorita a verlas y a escoger sus campeonas.
So the judge has given us great explanations, as Carlos McDonald said. And there we go. We have our winner. That is going to be our champion. I don't know where. And then coming in for reserve consideration is going to be her. And it looks like we're going to go the back-to-back full siblings, so congratulations. I'm going to run and go get some photos, and there we go.
Campeona
As we get into class one of our next division, our first place heifer, for me, she's a logical, natural choice.
Cuando estamos calificando este grupo, el primer lugar para él es un lógico primer lugar.
Extremely feminine and long-bodied.
Muy femenina y de un largo cuerpo.
She blends nicely from her shoulder back into her forerib and then explodes into that big rib cage.
Ella tiene un paso suave de los hombros hacia sus costillas, que es suave y después explota en sus costillas, se amplía.
She's also the soundest on her feet and legs, and she's got some base width and chest floor to her.
Ella también es la mejor en sus manos y patas y abre muy buenos la base de manos y patas.
Excellent female, congratulations.
Una excelente hembra, felicidades.
Our next three females, as we pull our number 2 female around, all three of these females tend to be a little bit out of balance in terms of hormonal balance.
Cuando vemos estas hembras, las tres hembras, la del segundo lugar, ellas tienden a ser un poco desbalanceadas. Ellas tienden a ser un poco desbalanceadas en su condición hormonal.
And what I mean by that is their muscle shape is more terminal than maternal.
Y lo que me refiero con eso es que su musculatura tiende a ser un poco más de finalidad que materna, como para ganado terminal en vez de ser materno.
And that's a product of their testosterone estrogen balance being out of sync.
Y eso es base al balance de la testosterona y los estrógenos.
Of those three females, the heifer in second is the more refined of the three.
De las tres hembras, del segundo para atrás es la más refinada.
She's just a little bit more ladylike and certainly more athletic on the move.
Quizá le gustaría que fuera un poco más, luciera más como una hembra y que fuera más atlética.
Our fourth place female too, tremendous amount of bone and muscle.
La hembra del tercer lugar, una hembra también con mucho músculo y estructura.
Just needs some softness and femininity.
Solamente necesita un poco más de suavidad y feminidad.
Then closing off the class, similar story to the two heifers ahead of her. She just gets a little more cylindrical through her center body.
La hembra del cuarto lugar es similar a las otras dos, en tipo solamente un poco más cilíndrica en la forma de su cuerpo.
Interesting class of heifers with a really good class winner. Congratulations.
Una clase interesante de hembras y felicidades a la que ganó.
Resultados del cuarto grupo. Primer lugar, placa 32 de José Mariano Ruiz Murillo. Segundo lugar, placa 34 de Prudencio Pérez Pedrero e hijos. Tercer lugar, placa 37 de Prudencio Pérez Pedrero e hijos. Cuarto lugar, placa 36 de Prudencio Pérez Pedrero e hijos. Y continuamos con los 2 ejemplares que integran el grupo número 5.
Okay, we just had the last class and checking out what you guys are all saying. In our last class, did you discuss the first place? Our last class, first place was a San Ramon entry, and that is going to be Mr. Belou, daughter, out of a JDH Mr. Elliot Manso, female. And second place was El Vergel, and that is going to be a JDH Mr. London Manso, out of a JDH Bobby Manso, female. That JDH Bobby Manso has been very successful as far as a female goes. I know that, the JDH Bobby Manso females have produced really well across the board. Okay, we have first place in this class. It looks like first place in this class is going to be the La Herradura entry, it looks like, yeah. 39, yep. First is going to be 39, second is going to be 40. If you're following along in our catalog, that is going to be, and thank you so much, Mandy, for letting us know that everything looks good. That's going to be let's go to the judge.
Yeah, it's one that's very well balanced because she's feminine and maternal, but she also has a lot of mass and muscle.
La hembra del primer lugar es una hembra que le gusta mucho por la apariencia maternal que tiene, pero también tiene mucho músculo.
I love her Brahman breed character, and that's important because if these cattle don't look like Brahmins, there's no reason why they should perform like Brahmins.
Es importante que las hembras Brahman aparezcan hembras Brahman y produzcan también de esa manera.
I love how athletic and flexible she is on her feet and legs.
Le gusta lo atlético que se mueve en sus manos y en sus patas.
Just a really good female.
Una hembra muy buena.
Second place female is really big-bodied, a lot of muscle.
La hembra del segundo lugar es una hembra de un cuerpo grande, de mucha musculatura y su cuerpo.
Beautiful teat size and placement. I think she's going to have a tremendous udder.
Muy bonitas posición de tetas y su forma de la ubre.
She just gets a little restricted on those hind legs. I'd like to see a little bit more angle on her hock, a little more cushion in her pastern.
Ella solamente es un poco restringida en sus patas traseras, especialmente en el ángulo del corvejón, así también como en las cuartillas de las patas.
Two good females, congratulations.
Dos buenas hembras, felicidades.
Para el grupo número 5, el primer lugar lo obtiene la placa 39 de Simón Sarabia Córdoba e hijos. Segundo lugar, la placa 40 de Marco Antonio Barba Morales. Continuamos con el grupo número 6. Son 5 ejemplares que participan por el grupo número 6. Nos solicitan los compañeros de antepista que hay ejemplares de otra raza. Hay unos ejemplares sardo negro en la antepista. Por favor, necesitamos la antepista libre solo con los ejemplares de la raza Brahman que están participando.
Big heifer, but she's a really good big heifer.
La hembra del primer lugar de esta clase es una gran hembra, pero muy buena hembra.
Tremendous length of body and dimension and natural muscle shape.
Es una hembra de una buena, largo corporal y de buena musculatura natural.
Also, on the move, she's flexible on good feet and legs and soft joints.
Ella también es muy flexible al momento de caminar en sus articulaciones y patas.
And she has the strongest top and the most muscle over her top, hip, and rump of all her contemporaries in this class.
Y ella es muy fuerte en su línea superior y con el mayor volumen de musculatura en la parte del dorso y de la grupa de toda esta clase.
Good female, congratulations.
Una buena hembra, felicidades.
Our second place female is a little different in terms of type and kind and where she will be as a mature cow in frame.
La hembra del segundo lugar es un poco diferente a la del primer lugar, sobre todo en aspecto materno y en su talla.
I like the softness and body type.
Me gusta mucho su suavidad y el tipo de su cuerpo.
She's just not as strong in that forerib or as powerful in terms of dimension as the heifer that wins the class.
Sin embargo, ella no tiene el mismo arqueamiento de costillas que la hembra que ganó su clase.
But she's a problem-free type female that's easy fleshing and really flexible on good feet and legs.
Pero eso realmente es una hembra que no tiene problemas y que termina muy bien.
Our third place female is a little different, really straight-lined female and clean in her makeup.
La hembra del tercer lugar es una hembra un poco diferente, una hembra de una línea muy fuerte,
Really attractive through her head, neck, and shoulder.
muy atractiva de su cabeza, su cuello y sus hombros.
She just gets a little straight in that hind leg and a little restricted on the move compared to the two females ahead of her.
Sin embargo, ella es un poco recta en su parte posterior y la restringe el movimiento.
Then in fourth place, a really powerful, big, growthy heifer.
En cuarto lugar, una hembra muy poderosa y grande.
When I get behind her and she moves away from me, she's just a little narrow at her base, and I'd like to see some truer dimension to her.
Sin embargo, cuando él la ve caminar desde la parte posterior, ella es un poco estrecha en la base de sus patas. Le gustaría que tuviera una mayor amplitud.
A heifer too that could do with some softness and easy fleshing ability.
Y una hembra que también fuera un poco más fácil de terminar.
And then in fifth place, a nice moderate framed heifer. I appreciate her frame.
Una hembra del quinto lugar es una hembra moderna que le gusta mucho la talla que tiene.
She's just a little refined in terms of her foot size and bone,
Es un poco refinada en su estructura y en términos de sus patas.
and just a little terminal in terms of her muscle shape.
Y también considera que la forma del músculo que tiene es terminal y no maternal.
Another good class of heifers, guys. Congratulations.
Una buena clase de hembras. Felicidades.
Gracias. Para el sexto grupo, el primer lugar lo ocupa la placa 45 de Marco Antonio Gil Michaca, segundo lugar placa 41 de Ganadería Santa Fe, tercer lugar placa 43 de Marta Carla Mar Ulic, cuarto lugar placa 42 de Manuel Pariente Gavito y familia, quinto lugar placa 47 de Prudencio Pérez Pedrero e hijos. Y se va a llevar a cabo el juzgamiento de la campeona becerra y campeona becerra reservada. Participan los grupos 4, 5 y 6. Los primeros lugares son placas 32, 39 y 45. Así también los segundos lugares, placas 34, 40 y 41.
This was an interesting division, and these heifers had to really excel in terms of balance and structure to get to where they are. I think all 6 of these exhibitors also deserve a big round of applause.
6 excelentes hembras en cuestiones de balance y estructura, y le gustaría que le dieran un aplauso a ellas.
Again, in this division, it's going to be the animal that puts together that maternal mass and muscle in the right proportions.
Como en esta categoría también, en esta división también, vamos a buscar el ejemplar que tenga el mayor balance maternal y en proporciones.
And I think there are 2 like that, and both of them are really good and functional and athletic.
Y también que se esté muy bien en funcionalidad y en sus pies y que sea atlética.
And both of them have enough muscle shape to them without being coarse.
Y que tengan suficiente musculatura sin que sea demasiado.
And tremendous amount of breed character and maternal.
Y que tengan muy buena caracterización racial y que sean tipo maternal.
Good division, congratulations.
Una buena división. Felicidades.
Hi guys, stay with us. There are some missing cattle for this class number 7. We are waiting for them. This is going to be the longest class with 21 heads of cattle in the ring. Stay with us. Hola a todos, estamos esperando unos animales que no están en la antepista. Esta será la clase más larga con 21 cabezas de ganado. Quédense con nosotros. We'll be right back. Volveremos pronto. By the way, we are not going to cut the live stream. It's going to be all day with us, with the female show and then with the bull show. Stay tuned.
We had some really good numbers and quality right through the 21 heifers in this class.
Tuve que dejar fuera algunas hembras extraordinarias de esta clase tan grande.
And I think at the top end of this class, we've really put together that maternal mass and muscle we've been looking for.
Sin embargo, estas 8 hembras creo que ponen muy bien ese tipo materno que estoy buscando.
Also, these females that have stayed up at the top of this class are really good-footed females that are athletic and flexible in their joints.
Y así también estas 8 hembras se desplazan muy bien en sus manos y sus patas y son muy flexibles a la hora de moverse.
Our first place female, if we can bring her around,
Muévala para acá. Señor, muévala por favor aquí para que le explique.
here's a heifer that for me is the best balanced female in the class. From nose to tail, she just blends perfectly from her shoulder back into her forerib, all the way back into that stout hip and stifle she has.
Esta hembra de primer lugar es una hembra que tiene muy suaves sus pasos de sus hombros, todos durante todo su cuerpo y definitivamente es la mejor de la nariz hasta la cola.
She's got some true muscle shape to her, but also nice and easy fleshing through her center body.
Ella tiene muy buena musculatura, pero también es delicada y tiene un muy buen tercio medio.
And she's at her best when you ask her to move. She holds her top up nicely, really reaches out of her front shoulder, and then follows with a powerful hind leg.
Y ella es una hembra que se mueve muy bien, pero sobre todo que cuando se mueve mantiene muy bien y fuerte su línea dorsal.
There's a lot I like about this second place female too.
La hembra del segundo lugar es una hembra también que me gusta mucho.
I think I'd really like her if you knocked 100 kilograms off her.
Es una hembra que quizás le gustaría mucho si le quitaran un poco de peso.
Because she's got enough natural dimension, she's got enough rib shape and enough skeleton to show what she is without the excess weight.
Es una hembra que tiene una buena conformación y es una hembra que es muy correcta, que no hace falta que tenga tanta preparación.
She's one of the widest based, thickest tops female in the class,
Es una de las hembras más anchas que hay.
and a female that's, even though she's pushing a bit of weight, she is easy fleshing, so that might be one of the reasons.
Pero ella es una hembra muy precoz de un acabado muy fácil, por eso que está ahí.
I also love the way she moves, a tremendous athlete.
Y le gusta mucho la forma en que se mueve, es muy atlética.
I love the body type and muscle shape of the third place female.
Le gusta mucho el tipo de cuerpo largo que tiene la hembra del tercer lugar.
She's really big and bold in her rib shape and strong over her top.
Ella es muy buena y muy arqueada en sus costillas y con una línea dorsal muy fuerte.
Maybe not quite the balance from nose to tail. She gets a little short from hip to pin compared to the two females ahead of her.
Ella es no tan bien balanceada desde la cabeza hasta su cola, sobre todo en la amplitud de los ilios a los isquios de la cadera.
And then in fourth place, we've got a more refined female. I love her maternal capability, femininity.
Tenemos en cuarto lugar una hembra más refinada, le gusta mucho su feminidad.
But right from her muzzle through to her pin bones, she's just not quite as expressive with that natural width and thickness.
Es una hembra que tiene musculatura y todo, sin embargo no es muy expresiva en la amplitud y la cobertura.
But she's an honest, practical cow with good teat size and placement and tremendous functional efficiency.
Pero es una hembra muy práctica, tiene buenas tetas en un buen lugar y cree que es una hembra muy funcional.
Next, we've got a female that's got a bit more punch and growth to her.
La hembra que sigue es una hembra con un poco más de punch.
Tremendous amount of base width, chest, floor, length of body.
Es una hembra que tiene un buen amplio en la base del piso y también de su pecho.
I'd like to just fix her behind the hump, give her a little bit more natural rib shape there, just fill her in behind her shoulder.
Y también le gustaría que tuviera las primeras costillas un poco más arqueadas y que fuera un poco mejor de su línea dorsal.
Next up, a really powerful female. So much muscle and mass in this female.
La siguiente hembra, una hembra muy poderosa con mucha musculatura.
I would like to give her more angle on her hind leg, just feminize her a bit through her neck, hump, and head.
Y le gustaría que tuviera un mejor ángulo de sus patas, aplomos posteriores, y que su forma de su cuello fuera un poco más femenina.
And then following her, we move back into a more maternal package.
Y nuevamente nos vamos a una hembra con un paquete un poco más materno.
one that just needed a bit more center body dimension.
Sin embargo, es una hembra que necesita un poco más de volumen en el tercio medio.
And then closing off the class, a heifer that I love for her dimension. She's deep, she's long, she's thick. I'd like to just see her a little bit more coordinated and balanced, especially on the move.
La última hembra con la que cierro es una hembra que le gusta mucho por el balance, la profundidad, pero es una hembra que le gustaría que se moviera un poco mejor a la hora que se desplaza.
Good class of females, guys. Congratulations.
Buena clase de hembras, felicidades.
Primer lugar del séptimo grupo, placa 51 de Agroproyectos Montebello. Segundo lugar, placa 61 de Gana
All right, we've been a little busy and we're just looking at cattle coming, and there we go. Just needed to be zoomed in maybe a little bit more. So just still kind of figuring out the day and the way that the judge is working the arena and everything. So we are live here in Tuxtla Gutierrez. I'm going to ask to be on the comments so we can see who is judging all kinds of stuff. So very sorry, guys. We have been super busy trying to catch up with a few things and having a few problems with sound and that sort of thing. But we're trying to catch up for you guys. So let's talk about the cattle. The cattle that we just had showing that were champion in the Becerra division. The champion was Marco Gil, who is sitting right here behind me, from Ganaderia Miguel, Villahermosa. He had a very successful day yesterday, as well as he had a great show in Palenque. You'll remember he had multiple champions there, lots of really wonderful wins. So congratulations to Marco Gil on his female GM, Miss Tamara. That was going to be our champion in the Becerra division. So she was a 15-month-old female, and she's a JDH Sir Winston Manso daughter out of a JDH Sir Corona Manso. We'll have photos of the results, and when you get to see those, you'll see that beautiful female. She's kind of a little on the red-tinged side. So then our reserve champion was number 39. Our reserve champion was out of the class number 5. She is a female from La Herradura, and she is the JDH Sir Mari Manso daughter out of a SSC female. So that is Simone Sarabia Cordova of La Herradura was the reserve champion in the Becerra. So thank you guys so much for putting up with us and watching. Sorry about the audio. It was a little difficult there, and we're getting caught up with a few things. So we had our champions in the reserve and the champion Becerra. So right now we are in class number 7, am I assuming? I'm like back up. Oh, I'm so sorry. So who won class number 7? I'll have to get caught back up on that. And now we're in class number 8. So class number 8, and we're down to the top 3. We're going to walk them. We have 77. We have 79, if you're following along with our catalog. Thank you, Alfredo, for watching, and David, and putting up with me being a little scattered. And then, of course, we have the Chapapote entry in 86. So we are looking at Ganaderia Montebello, Montebello Reforma, and then we're also looking at Chapapote. So 2 Montebellos, 1 Chapapote are in the ring for that top 3 spot. So,
morning.
Good morning. And then what was our hey, Carlos. I'm sorry?
51 and 61.
Okay, so in our class 7, we had winners 51 and 61. We'll talk about them after the judge tells us about these 2.
I enjoyed this class a lot because there's a lot of heifers in here that I really like.
Me gustó mucho esta categoría porque hay muchas hembras que me gustaron mucho.
The heifer that wins this class for me is a heifer that is just so complete.
La hembra que ganó esta competencia es una hembra que le gustó mucho.
She's ladylike through her skull and flat-necked and smooth-shouldered.
Es definitivamente una bonita dama, una hembra desde sus hombros hasta atrás.
More than enough muscle over her top, hip, and rump.
Más de suficiente musculatura en su línea dorsal.
Tremendous natural rib shape to her, and she's base-wide and got a lot of chest floor.
Le gusta mucho también lo natural del arqueamiento de sus costillas y también la base de sus patas.
And I like
manos.
the teat size and placement on this female too. I think she's going to have a very good udder once she gets into production.
Y le gusta mucho también el tamaño y la posición de sus tetas y piensa que va a ser muy buena esa parte cuando entre en producción.
This is a good one. Congratulations.
Es una muy buena, felicidades.
I like the second place female a lot too, and a lot of it is for the same reasons.
Me gustó mucho esta hembra del segundo lugar y por las mismas razones.
She's long-bodied, got a lot of top to her, a lot of center body.
Es una hembra larga con una buena línea fuerte, con un buen tercio medio.
Also tremendous teat size and placement on this female.
Y también un buen tamaño de sus tetas en esta hembra.
She's not as wide at her base as the class winner, but she is more flexible on that hind leg, and I really appreciate that about her.
Si bien ella no es tan ancha en la base de sus patas, sí es muy flexible a la hora que ella se mueve.
Another good Brahman female. Congratulations.
Una muy buena hembra Brahman.
Now, this third place female for me is really attractive because of how much natural muscle shape and volume and dimension she has.
La hembra del tercer lugar es una hembra que le gusta mucho porque tiene un cuerpo largo, atractiva y con mucha musculatura natural.
She just gets a little bold and coarse in her shoulder compared to the two ahead of her, but you've got to appreciate how much natural muscle and shape she has.
Es una hembra que solamente tiene un poco más pesado los hombros, pero que tiene mucha musculatura natural y una buena forma.
And then the fourth place female, the longer you look at her, you realize maybe some of her shape is more to do with feed than natural muscle.
La hembra del cuarto lugar es una hembra que le gusta, sin embargo, cuando uno observa la musculatura la ve un poco más hecha a base de alimentación que de natural.
But regardless, you still love her balance because she's good from her nose to her tail. She's got some depth of body and length to her.
Sin embargo, es una hembra que tiene buen balance de la nariz hasta la cola y buena profundidad.
I would like to shave some fat off her and maybe just strengthen her up in her forerib a bit.
Es una hembra que le quitaría un poco la grasa que tiene.
Our next heifer is a heifer that's beautifully presented in a really appropriate body condition.
La hembra que le sigue es una hembra que le gusta mucho por la forma en que está presentada ahorita.
I just needed her to be wider at her base, a little softer through her center body to compete with the heifers ahead of her.
Y es una hembra que le gustaría que fuera más amplia de la parte de abajo y también del tercio medio para que pudiera competir con las hembras que están delante de ella.
And then a big, powerful, well-muscled heifer comes next.
Y la hembra que viene a continuación es una hembra muy poderosa de mucha musculatura.
She's a little off balance. She gets a little tall in her hip and not quite as tall in her front.
Es una hembra muy poderosa, pero no balanceada, sobre todo en los dedos de las manos de adelante.
But she's massive in her rib shape, so well-muscled.
Pero ella es masiva en su tercio medio y de muy buena musculatura.
I'd like to refine her a little through her neck and head and maybe give her a bit more angle on her hind leg.
Y es una hembra que le gustaría un poco más refinada de su cuello y que tuviera un mejor ángulo del corvejón en sus patas.
But if you're looking for one to breed good commercial bulls and herd bulls to the right bull, this one will do it for you.
Pero si ustedes andan buscando una hembra que les produzca toros comerciales, esa es la hembra que lo
Then
haría.
standing in seventh, a heifer that's a little more refined again in terms of her makeup.
La hembra del séptimo lugar es una hembra un poco más refinada en toda su forma.
Very nice through her head, neck, and shoulder.
Muy bonita desde la nariz hasta los hombros.
I just would like her to be softer in her middle, deeper in her flank.
Sin embargo, le gustaría que fuera un poco más profunda en su flanco y más suave.
And then closing off the class in eighth place, a heifer that's very good in her lines.
La hembra de octavo lugar es una hembra que es muy buena en sus líneas, muy suave.
She just gets a little straight on that hind leg. If we gave her more angle and flexibility, she'd be a lot more competitive.
Sin embargo, es una hembra que es un poco recta de las patas de atrás y necesitaría un mejor ángulo para ser más competitiva.
Another good class. Congratulations.
Otra buena clase, felicidades.
Primer lugar del octavo grupo, placa.
What one was on that first?
56,
What was it?
6 and 77.
6. Say it again.
86 and 79.
Okay. All right, guys. So I am back at it. Sorry, and thank you, David. We really enjoyed working with David. He took some photos. We took some photos for him there with Schulte Cattle. So thanks, David, for doing a shout out to the Chapapote team. I'm going to get caught up just a little bit, guys, with what I have fallen behind on. So in class number 7, we're walking in with class number 9 right now. Sorry, it's been a little bit unorganized today, but we're getting back to it. So in class number 7, Montebello Reforma won that class with a JDH Sir Toby Manso daughter out of a JDH Woodson DeManso female. Okay, so that is going to be Agroportorios Montebello. And then in second, we had the El Canelar female that is going to be a JDH Sir Lawford Manso daughter out of the JDH Ranger de Manso female on the bottom side. So that was our class 7 winners. Our class 7 winners went to Montebello and Canelar. And then that was a huge class, number 7. So it was really, really big. Yep, and Claudia says, Chapapote, we are big fans. We are too. All of the cattle here are just so beautiful. So, yep. And then in class number 8, we had in first, as you can tell, because everyone is like all over the place when saying go Chapapote, we had the OESM Maya Isela, and that is going to be a JDH Sir Lawford Manso daughter out of the JDH Duke de Manso female Maya 916. And again, we're going to talk just a little bit about some of the interesting facts and stats that you can find in the November edition of the magazine. And in second place in that same really large class, that was class number 8, we had the Montebello Noble Bimba. And so she is going to be a noble daughter, clearly by her name. So she is sired by Mr. V8 458/7, which needs no introductions. That's noble, of course. And then on the bottom side, she's out of a female that clearly Corredor Lastra bred, because it is sired by the Mr. Corredor Lastra. So kind of those are some kind of cool things that we can talk about. And then let's talk some stats and data. Okay, so Vanessa Hudgens, so glad you're watching. You're going to see a lot of JDH going on there, Vanessa. So thanks to have Vanessa Hudgens watching with us. So fun facts, some information about, we did some information in the November magazine. I agree, Anton, they are really high quality females. They look really great. And of course, PJ Butler from South Africa is doing a spectacular job of judging. Facts and stats about some gray Brahmins at this National Day Ganado Cebu. So as you guys know, hey, we agree, those are some sweet looking females. I always like to do some stats and data and information for people and share it with them and kind of look back to, I believe it was 2012 to 2019 with some information, and that's all in your November edition of the magazine. If you don't have one, you can ask us for one. So for example, the class winner just a moment ago was Rancho Chapapote. They have won a total of 11 Grand and Reserve Grand National Cebu Championship Awards. In 2016, they had Reserve Grand Bull and Reserve Grand Female, both sired by JDH Sir Corona Manso 369/7. So Vanessa Hudgens, if you're watching, clearly you're going to be pleased by that. And then they also have won their 2018 Grand Champion as well as their 2014 and 2016 Reserve Grand Champion Bulls were all out of JDH Mr. Curtis Manso 557/7. Miss Curtis Manso, I'm sorry, excuse me. So they were all out of that same female. Additionally, the 2018 Grand Champion Bull and the 2016 Reserve Grand Champion Bull are full siblings. And then in 2018, Rancho Chapapote made it to the winner's circle twice, as they were awarded both the Grand Champion Bull and the Reserve Grand Champion Female Award that year. Now, as you guys know, this is our international show here, our national Cebu show here in Mexico. It's sort of similar to our international in Houston. All the different breeds are here, so it's not just Brahman specific. So when you look at facts, stats, data, it's kind of interesting to see things like, for example, the most Grand and Reserve Grand National Champions have been won by Rancho Chapapote with 11. Coming in second, we have Ganaderia Rosa del Alba with 4, Hermanos Pelayas Escamilla with 3, and then Rosso and Ganaderia El Palmar both have 2. And that's just if I look back from 2012, which is kind of when we started kind of keeping up with that information. So that's kind of a cool information to look at. Now, right now we are in the middle and just finishing up class number 9, and we have 93, which is a El Porvenir, and we have 96, which is an El Canelar entry. So we're looking at 93 and 96. They're going to be first and second. In what order, we don't know. We're looking at JDH Comet Manso and also a Mr. Ganamarca 2 for the sires. So the top one, the 93, is going to be that JDH Comet Manso out of a Becton daughter. And then on the bottom, the next one down, 96, the older heifer, she's going to be so we went with the younger one, right? The 93? Okay, we went to 93, which is going to be a Comet out of a Becton. We're going to be going into the Joven Menor Championship. Joven Menor Championship. As you can tell, I got a little behind, Daniel.
First class. Where you got to admire her first is on the move. She's tremendously flexible, soft in her joints, with a lot of reach through her shoulder and power in her hind leg.
La hembra del primer lugar de esa categoría es una hembra que le gusta mucho por la flexibilidad que tiene cuando se mueve, sobre todo en sus hombros.
And then she's good in her teat size and udder development too. I think she's going to have a really pretty udder.
Es una hembra que también que tiene una bonita tamaño de tetas y una bonita forma de ubre cuando ella se le desarrolle.
Her centered body dimension is massive, so much muscle over her top.
El tercio medio es muy bueno, masivo y sobre todo la parte superior.
Now to change her, I'd loosen
La hembra del sexto lugar es una hembra muy femenina, al típico vista de una buena hembra femenina.
Just a little too refined to compete with the heifers ahead of her today.
Solamente ella es un poco refinada para poder competir con las hembras que están adelante de ella.
Following her, another heifer with good breed character and femininity.
La hembra del séptimo lugar, una hembra de una buena caracterización racial y muy femenina.
Not quite the hind leg quality to compete with the ones ahead of her.
No tan buena de los aplomos posteriores para poder competir con las hembras que están adelante de ella.
And then in eighth, the deep, soft heifer with tremendous maternal capability.
La hembra de octavo lugar, una hembra profunda de mucha característica maternal.
She just needed more balance. She just gets a little jammed up in her front, a little short from hip to pin.
Y ella necesita un poco más de balance, sobre todo en sus aplomos anteriores, y es muy poca la distancia desde los ilion hacia los ischions en la parte posterior.
Good class of females.
Buena clase de hembras.
Para el noveno grupo, el primer lugar le corresponde a la placa 93 de hermanos
as powerful and bigger in numbers than any of the other divisions. I think these 6 exhibitors have fought hard. Let's give them a big round of applause for standing up at this point of the division.
Creo que estas 6 hembras salieron de grupos muy competitivos, por lo cual pide un aplauso para estas 6 hembras.
I just love the functional efficiency of these cattle.
Le gusta mucho la funcionalidad y eficiencia de estas hembras.
They're feminine and maternal.
Son femeninas, son maternales.
There's more than enough muscle and mass in these cattle.
Es más del músculo necesario para que sean unas buenas hembras.
But they're also soft.
Pero también son precoces.
And what I mean by that is they have that genetic ability to put on a natural layer of fat early on in their lives.
Y eso significa que tienen la habilidad de poner grasa muy temprano en su vida.
And why that's important is fat that's put on naturally and genetically correlates with so many good traits.
Y lo que él dice es que la precocidad está genéticamente relacionada con muy buenas otras características.
Easier fleshing cattle are more fertile.
Las hembras precoces son más fértiles.
Easier fleshing cattle forage easier and better.
Las hembras precoces se mantienen mejor en en el forraje.
They have better temperaments.
Eh, ellas son mejores en temperamento
They're cattle that are earlier maturing,
y son vacas que maduran más rápido.
and it's a better eating experience for the consumer once the steak gets on the plate.
Y eso es algo importante para los consumidores que tienen la carne en los platos.
So these 6 females all fill that criteria really nicely. I'll go show you my 2 favorite ones. They've just got a little bit extra punch that are going to push them over the top in this division.
Estas 6 hembras representan muy bien todas estas características y va a ir a escoger sus 2 campeonas que tienen un poco más de ese punch que él quiere.
Campeona joven menor, placa 93, Miss Tabasco Comet 293 del 0, de hermanos Peláez Pérez. Reservada, campeona joven menor, placa 86, Maya Isela 503 sobre 0, de Enrique Sánchez Manteca. Felicitamos a los criadores y expositores de estos ejemplares. Los invitamos a pasar al área de premiación e invitamos al presidente de la Asociación Mexicana de Creadores de Cebu, Ricardo Casanova Quintanilla, a entregar los premios correspondientes a estos campeonatos. Damos continuidad al juzgamiento. Y les pedimos a los manejadores que estén al pendiente y que lleven los ejemplares que participan en los siguientes grupos. 10, 11 y 12, favor de tener a los ejemplares en la antepista.
Compórtense, si no, no los llevo.
Damos continuidad al juzgamiento con los ejemplares del grupo 10. Son 12 ejemplares que participan por el 10º grupo.
Tenemos 12 ejemplares en la pista que participan por el grupo número 10.
La noche que porque cuando termine esto ya nos vamos todos. Vamos a ver, nos depende todo. Buenos días. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Bien usted? ¿Tu papá? No lo he visto. Ya lo vi, ya lo vi. Ahorita lo voy a saludar.
Aquí hay cables, ¿no?
I like these two females at the top a lot.
Me gustan mucho estas dos hembras aquí en la punta de la línea.
As we ask our first place female to come around,
Quisiera que la primera hembra viniera aquí.
you just love how maternal she is, how
Miren.
massive she is in her center body.
Miren lo maternal que es, lo masiva que es en el tercio medio,
She's strong over her top,
muy fuerte en su línea dorsolumbar,
a lot of chest, floor, and base width,
buena amplitud del pecho y de las patas,
tremendous foot quality and good angles on her feet and legs.
muy buena calidad de sus patas y buena angulación de sus manos y patas.
Just a complete Brahman female.
Una hembra Brahman muy completa.
I really like the second place female too.
Me gusta también mucho la hembra del segundo lugar.
She hasn't quite got the foot quality or bone of the first female,
Ella no tiene la misma calidad de las patas y del hueso que la hembra del primer lugar,
but she's so attractive and well balanced.
pero ella es muy atractiva y muy bien balanceada.
I love her muscle shape and tone.
Le gusta mucho la forma de su músculo y su tono.
Very nice refined teats and good well placed teats.
Tetas muy bien refinadas y muy bien posicionadas.
Just a practical kind of female that can work in any environment.
Una hembra muy práctica que puede trabajar muy bien en cualquier medio ambiente.
Our third place female is a little bit different.
La hembra del tercer lugar, una hembra un poquito diferente.
I love the length of body and skeletal design of this female.
Una hembra de un cuerpo muy largo y de una estructura, de un diseño diferente.
Also a lot of natural muscle.
También mucha musculatura natural.
She's not quite as flexible on those hind legs.
Ella no es tan flexible en sus aplomos posteriores
And I'd like to soften her a little bit over her rib cage.
y también no es tan delicada en su tercio medio en las costillas.
Then in fourth place, another maternal feminine female.
En cuarto lugar, una hembra también de mucha línea maternal.
A heifer again that's got what I would call sufficient muscle shape.
Es una hembra que yo llamaría con el suficiente músculo.
She's not quite as deep in her flank or center body as the three ahead of her, which throws her a little bit off balance, but she's powerful.
Es una hembra que no tiene la misma profundidad del tercio medio que las otras hembras y la saca un poquito más de balance, pero es una buena hembra.
Then in fifth place, we've got a female that's maybe a little bit overconditioned.
La hembra que sigue a continuación es una hembra que quizá tenga que esté sobreacondicionada.
And she doesn't need to be because she's got a lot of natural chest floor and a lot of rib shape.
Sin embargo, no necesitaría tener tanta alimentación porque tiene una buena amplitud de pecho y una buena amplitud en la base de sus patas.
She does get a little narrow as she moves away from me though.
Sin embargo, se estrecha un poco cuando ella camina y se aleja.
And then the pink heifer coming next. Here's a heifer that's got beautiful clean lines,
La hembra que sigue a continuación es una hembra que es muy bonita.
really massive over her top.
Es una hembra que es evasiva en su línea dorsolumbar.
I'd like to see a little more sweep to her lower rib cage. More shape to her lower rib.
Que tuviera una mejor forma en sus costillas
And maybe a little bit more tone to her muscle.
y que también tuviera un mayor tono de musculatura.
Then we've got a very refined feminine female next that's good on her feet and legs.
La hembra que sigue es una hembra también muy refinada en sus manos y en sus patas.
She just didn't have quite the overall dimension and volume of the heifers ahead of her.
Sin embargo, no tiene ni la dimensión ni el volumen de las hembras que están delante de ella.
And then closing off the class, a heavy muscled, moderate framed female that I'd just like to see a little stronger on her hind legs.
La hembra que está a continuación es una hembra masiva, muy buena, que le gustaría que fuera un poco más fuerte en sus patas posteriores.
Excellent job. The quality and power keeps coming.
excelentes animales.
Del 10º grupo, el primer lugar corresponde a la placa 105.
Segundo lugar, placa 106 de Oscar Nájera de Años. Tercer lugar, placa 114, Ganadería Rosa de Alba. Cuarto lugar, placa 103, Hermanos Peláez Escamilla. Quinto lugar, placa 115, Marco Antonio Filizaca. Sexto lugar, placa 104, Ganadería Santa Fe. Séptimo lugar, placa 110, Oscar Nájera de Años. Octavo lugar, placa 117, César Lastra Guajardo. Y continuamos con los 3 ejemplares que participan por el grupo número 11.
Gracias. 27.
It's okay.
I think complete is probably the best way to describe our class winner in this class.
Creo que completa es la mejor manera de describir a esta hembra que quedó en primer lugar.
All her body parts just fit together really nicely, and that shoulder blends into that rib shape, rib cage, and it comes back into that powerful hip and hind quarter.
Todas sus partes en ella se mezclan muy suavemente desde sus hombros hasta sus costillas y de sus costillas hasta la parte de atrás.
There's a lot of muscle on this female,
Hay mucha musculatura en esta hembra,
but she's also bold and soft and easy fleshing through her center body.
pero también es profunda en el cuerpo y es muy precoz.
I love the quality and breed character through her head, neck, and shoulder.
Le gusta mucho la calidad y la caracterización racial en su cuello y en sus hombros.
Exceptional foot and leg structure and very athletic and flexible on the move.
Excepcionales manos y patas y se desplaza muy bien.
And really good teat size and placement. This is a good female. Congratulations.
Y muy buen tamaño y posicionamiento de tetas. Realmente es una hembra muy buena.
Our second place females, as you can see, got more performance and growth and weight in her.
La hembra del segundo lugar, como ustedes ven, es una hembra de un mayor crecimiento y un mayor desarrollo,
a lot of bone.
mucho hueso.
Here's a female, though, that as she moves away from me, she's a little narrow at her base.
Es una hembra que cuando se mueve y se aleja de mí, ella es un poco estrecha en la base de sus patas.
Maybe gets a little waisty through her chest.
Y igual también quizás sería un poco más amplia de su pecho.
Then I really like this third place female, too.
Y le gusta mucho esta hembra del tercer lugar.
Just a strong muzzle and jaw, good feminine head with a lot of breed character.
Una muy fuerte musculatura en el tren posterior.
She's also very flexible on the move on good feet and legs.
Ella también es muy flexible cuando se desplaza.
And she's got that nice combination of easy fleshing ability and natural muscle tone.
Y ella tiene la combinación de precocidad y tono muscular.
Just the strength in her chest and being a little stronger through her shoulder throws her slightly off balance. And that's why she's third in a very strong class. Congratulations, I like the heifer.
Solo que es un poco derecha de su pecho y es por eso el por qué está en esa posición. Gracias.
Para el grupo número 8.
Alrighty, we are back with some sound here, talking about class number 10. We just finished class number 10, and that was, we just finished class 10, correct? Oh, we just finished class 11, but I still have to catch up with class 10. So in class number 10, which was the class prior, we're in class 12 right now. Class number 10, our first place, went to Ganaderia Santa Fe. And that was a Wellington daughter out of a Western female. And in second, we had the La Herradura entry. That was going to be a Mr. V8 380 over 6, and out of a JDH Sir Lawford Manso female. So congratulations to those guys. Thank you everyone for watching, and sorry I am just running crazy today. Jose Octavio, thanks for watching. Let us know where you guys are watching from. So first and second were Santa Fe and La Herradura in class number 10, which of course was the females 22 to 23 months. And then when you move into class number 11, we had, first was, getting it pulled up here,
119 and 101.
in class number 11? I don't have a 118.
119.
Oh, okay, 119 and 121. Okay, so in class number 11, we had Chapapote was first with their Woodson daughter, and out of the JDH Lady Rosie Manso, which is a JDH Madison de Manso female. And then in second, we had Marco Barba, San Jose, and he had his Wellington daughter out of a female that was bred by him, which would be a San Jose female. First and second in class number 11 were Rancho Chapapote and San Jose. Now in this class, this is class number 12. Class number 12, we have, it looks like, yeah, 127 is going to be second. And in first we have, we're going to try to catch his number here. And then the judge will start speaking shortly, 129. Okay, so in first we have 129, which is going to be Aguacatillo. Congratulations to El Aguacatillo. And that is a Woodson daughter.
Is an exceptional car and doing a great job on that little bull calf.
La hembra del primer lugar en esta categoría es una excepcional vaca que ya está haciendo muy bien su trabajo.
I like how balanced this cow is. She's long-bodied, she's deep-bodied, and she's thick.
Me gusta mucho el balance que ella tiene un cuerpo largo, profundo y bien con buena musculatura.
Very flexible on good feet and legs.
Muy flexible en sus manos y en sus patas.
I'd like to give her a little bit more heel depth and maybe strengthen her up in her pasterns a bit perhaps.
Le gustaría que tuviera un poco más la profundidad de sus pezuñas para que tuviera una mejor angulación.
But she's practical and functional in her kind.
Pero es una hembra muy práctica y funcional.
I love the udder quality on this female.
Mucha calidad en esta hembra.
Very well suspended udder, good level udder floor, nice teat size and placement.
Una ubre muy bien suspendida, con un muy buen piso de ubre también, con tetas bien suspendidas, de buena posición.
And that fore udder really blends nicely into her body wall.
Y las 4 tetas se mezclan muy bien en esa ubre.
Our second place female is a really good Brahman female too.
La hembra del segundo lugar también es una hembra Brahman muy buena.
She's the most athletic in the class.
Sí, ella es la más atlética en su clase.
With a lot of natural dimension.
Con muchas dimensiones naturales.
Perhaps not as bold in her forerib, not as wide at her base. First place cow.
Si bien no es tan ancha ni tan arqueada en sus primeras costillas, ni tan amplia en la base de las patas como la hembra del primer lugar.
But I love her in terms of her center body, her skeleton, and how efficient she is as she moves.
Pero le gusta mucho en términos del volumen del tercio medio y de su estructura y lo eficiente que ella es.
From the side, I love this third place female too. She's really long-bodied, feminine, and maternal.
Por el lado, viéndola de costado, esta tercera hembra le gusta mucho porque tiene un cuerpo muy largo y es muy femenina.
She's starting to bag up into what I think is going to be a very practical udder.
Ella empieza ya a llenar su ubre y considera que va a tener una ubre bastante práctica.
And she's got some natural muscle shape too.
Y ella también tiene una forma de músculo natural.
I would like to see her a little bolder in her forerib, maybe a bit more expressive in her rib cage.
Y le gustaría también que tuviera un poco más de arco en sus primeras costillas y fuera más expresiva en el tercio medio.
Then in fourth place, a nice moderate frame, easy fleshing female.
La hembra que sigue es una hembra muy moderna, muy precoz.
Getting into production is going to change her balance for the positive.
Entrar en producción a ella le va a hacer que cambie su balance de una manera positiva.
Then closing off the class, a very powerful female.
Y la hembra que está al final de la clase es una hembra de mucho poder.
I'd like to change the hormonal balance on this female. She's a little stronger through her neck, head and shoulder. Her pigmentation is telling me too that there's a bit too much testosterone.
Es una hembra que le gustaría que se le cambiara un poco su balance hormonal, ya que esa oscuridad en su piel adelante le está hablando que hay demasiada testosterona.
Exceptional class of cattle, really good ones.
Excepcional clase, la vaca en primer lugar muy buena.
Para el grupo número 12, el primer lugar corresponde a la 129, Mario Navarrete Gutiérrez sucesores. Segundo lugar, 27, Guillermo González Blasi e hijos. Tercer lugar, 128, Rancho Terranova SPR. Cuarto lugar, 126, Manuel Pariente Gavito y familia. Quinto lugar, 132, Manuel Pariente Gavito y familia. Y se va a llevar a cabo el juzgamiento del campeonato joven, que corresponden a los grupos 10, 11 y 12.
Okay. Back.
Las placas como primeros lugares,
So we are now just zooming right along. And this is going to be the championship drive for the Hoven. This is the Hoven division. So we're going to have in the arena, we're going to have for championship consideration, we're going to have the Santa Fe female, Ganaderia Santa Fe. That's going to be a Wellington daughter. That's the one that's got the black legs in front. She's the very first one, the youngest one. And then in that second class, which would be class number 11, we have the Rancho Chapapote female. That's the Rancho Chapapote female. And she is Fabiana. And she is a Woodson daughter out of a Madison female. And then in that third class, we're going to have the El Aguacatillo. They're going to have their female in there. And that is a Woodson daughter out of a Mosley daughter. So again, some great genetics here. We can't say enough about all the fun we have in Mexico. We really appreciate everybody. And don't forget, you are welcome to come to the Miami International Horse and Cattle Show. So they have been kind enough to sponsor us here. I hope that you all go to the Brahman photo website and get all the free photos that we're going to be offering to you all. And that is courtesy of the Miami International Show. And of course, Senator Soto is there in Miami. He is welcome. He is ready to welcome everyone there. So make plans to attend that Miami show. That is April 8, 9, and 10. 8, 9, and 10. So again, we are in class number, we're actually in the, so that's going to be classes number 10, 11, and 12. So these females are going to range from age 22 months to 27 months, 22 to 27 months. So again, this is the Hoven division. We're here in the arena with PJ Butler, and he is from South Africa. He is judging here at our National Cebu show, and we're going to the arena and
another
listen to
exceptional
him.
division of females. Let's first congratulate all 6 of these exhibitors. I think these are 6 cattle that everyone around the ring should appreciate and enjoy for the fact that they are function efficient, but they're also really nice to look at.
6 hembras aquí en esta pista que son muy eficientes, muy funcionales y que se miran muy bien.
So let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
Y le gustaría que felicitaran a estas hembras por lo que son.
I think what we got right in this division is really put the practical traits together with the mass and the muscle.
Creo que lo que estamos haciendo aquí ya en esta categoría es poner junto la cantidad correcta de cada una de sus partes.
And there's good feet and legs and athleticism in all 6 of these females.
Tenemos buenas patas y manos y son atléticas ellas 6.
And I like the fact that they're all maternal with good Brahman breed character.
Y les gusta que el hecho de que todas ellas son de línea maternal y que tienen buena caracterización racial.
And there's enough growth and muscle in all of these.
Y tienen el músculo suficiente y el desarrollo de músculo suficiente en todas ellas.
Congratulations again to these division qualifiers. I've certainly got 2 favorites and I'll go show you who they are.
Felicita nuevamente a estas hembras y va a ir a escoger a sus 2 hembras.
So the judge is walking over to go and decide which one he is going to go to. It looks like he is going towards the Chapapote. Chapapote is going to be champion in this division. That is going to be a Woodson daughter out of a Madison. And then coming in for reserve consideration is going to be the Marco Barba San Jose. And it looks like he's moving to the Aguacatillo. All right, congratulations. We have good friends over there in Aguacatillo, in the green cap in Aguacatillo. Yep, there you go. We're just getting a photo there in the stands. So congratulations. He just had a reserve champion. I was so loud and talking so loud, Carlos, because I was trying to get Alyssa to turn around and get a photo of him. So congratulations. I'm going to go take some championship photos, and we'll see if maybe Iran can help talk to you guys about these next classes. Sorry, Iran. Gotta run.
Campeona reservada joven.
Mientras traen al ganado de la siguiente clase, que sería la clase número 13, ganado de 28 y 29 meses de edad cumplidos. Queremos agradecer a nuestros patrocinadores de Miami International Agriculture Horse and Cattle Show por tenernos aquí y permitir que todas las fotos que ya están arriba del día de ayer puedan ser descargadas completamente gratis. Así que si quieren ver fotos de la pista, del juzgamiento de ayer, de los backdrops, vayan a brahmanjournalphotos.com y descárguenlas completamente gratis. Esto es gracias a el show, el Miami International Agriculture and Horse and Cattle Show, que llevará a cabo del 8 al 10 de abril del 2022. Y en el marco de ese evento se llevará a cabo la subasta Magic el 8 de abril. Así que no se lo pierdan, no se lo pierdan. Vamos a mover un poquito la cámara para que veamos un poquito más del ganado. También queremos agradecer a la Asociación Ganadera de Chiapas que nos trajo a transmitir este evento. Estamos en la clase 13, ganado de 28 a 29 meses de edad. Class 13, 28 and 29 months old. Don't forget to make your arrangements to be at the Miami International Agriculture Horse and Cattle Show this coming April 8 to 10, 2022, and on the Magic Sale on April 8 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Let us know where are you watching us. Let us know what you think about the cattle, about the show per se. Today is the last day. We are going to have the female show. We are having the female show right now. This class is from the Joven Mayor division, and then when the female show ends, we are going to have the Gray Bull show.
As I said this morning when we started, quality comes in all different shapes and sizes. So this is a big heifer or big cow, but she's a really, really good one.
Como les dije en la mañana que las vacas vienen de diferentes tipos y formas, esta es una vaca grande pero muy, muy, muy buena.
She's really good on her feet and legs. She's tremendous in her skeleton.
Ella es muy buena en sus manos y en sus patas y tiene una buena estructura.
Soft-middled and yet still has some muscle shape and tone to her.
Es suave en el tercio medio y tiene ese volumen de musculatura.
And she's still maternal enough and feminine through her neck and head and nice teat size and placement too.
Y sin embargo mantiene esa feminidad a través de su cuello y de sus hombros y tiene unas buenas formas de sus tetas.
So if you like them with a little bit of extra punch, you're going to love this one.
Y si a ustedes les gusta un animal con un poco de extra punch, este animal sería el ideal.
Our second female is obviously a little bit more refined and practical.
La hembra del segundo lugar es una hembra que es un poco más refinada y más práctica.
Long-bodied and very maternal-fronted.
Es una hembra de un cuerpo largo y un frente bastante materno.
And nice and flexible on her feet and legs.
Y es muy buena y flexible en sus manos y en sus patas.
She does just get a little narrow at her base as she moves away from us.
Sin embargo, ella se estrecha un poco en su base cuando se camina y se aleja de nosotros.
And then in third place, a heifer that's got more than enough growth and length.
La hembra del tercer lugar es una hembra que tiene más que desarrollo, un poco más del desarrollo que se debiera.
And a lot of rib shape and muscle over her top, hip, and rump.
Y una mucha costilla y tercio medio con una línea dorsal fuerte.
Maybe just not quite the balance, so she gets a little heavy through her chest and a little slight through her flank.
Quizá no tan balanceada, ya que se hace un poco pesada de su hombro delantero y esa la saca un poco de balance.
Then a good female follows her, a female with some balance and length of body.
La hembra que le sigue tiene un buen balance y un buen largo de su cuerpo.
I really like the breed character on this animal too.
Me gusta mucho su caracterización racial en esta hembra.
She does get a little more cylindrical, maybe through her middle.
Ella se vuelve un poco más cilíndrica en su parte media.
And that's what throws her off in this class.
Es por eso que ella ocupa este lugar en su
And
categoría.
then closing off the class, a female that I love for her body type and maturity pattern.
La hembra que está al final es una hembra que le gusta mucho por su tipo de cuerpo y por su aspecto maternal.
She's just a little too far forward in her scapula, and that compromises her in her athleticism.
Ella, sin embargo, tiene un poco muy adelantada y pesada sus escápulas, sus hombros, y eso la saca de balance.
Del grupo número 13, primer lugar.
So in the class 13 we have the entry 140 that was Miss Tabasco Marite, 198/9. She was a JDH Sir Mary Manso 557/4 daughter, and also a granddaughter of JDH Wellington Manso. And now we are in class 14. Class 14.
Okay, I am back, but the judge is getting ready to talk. We'll listen to him and then I'll words.
We've got two exceptional Brahman cows at the top of this class.
Tenemos dos excepcionales vacas Brahman en la arriba de esta categoría, en el top de esta categoría.
I love the balance of this female in first place. I like her structural integrity, how good she is on the move.
Me gusta mucho el balance y la integridad de esta hembra cuando se mueve.
And she's got some muscle to her too, but she's still soft enough and bold enough through her center body.
Ella tiene mucha musculatura, es de mucho arco de costilla en el tercio medio.
Very feminine and maternal through her skull, neck, and shoulder.
Ella es muy femenina y maternal desde su cuello hasta sus hombros.
And a high quality udder too. It's a little off balance now because the calf is nursed on one of those quarters, but there's a lot of milk flow that's evidenced in this young calf.
Es una hembra que tiene una ubre bien balanceada y tiene una buena producción de leche que se está viendo en su cría.
Then our second place female, here's the powerful female in the class.
La hembra del segundo lugar es la hembra de más poder en esta clase.
deep and thick and long and also sound on good feet and legs.
Es profunda, larga, con buena musculatura y con buenas manos y patas.
Now, she does get a little strong maybe through her neck and chest, which throws her off balance in terms of femininity.
Pero ella es demasiado pesada en su pecho y la saca de balance, quitándole un poco de feminidad.
And she's got a practical udder. I just don't see the evidence of milk flow that I see in the first female.
Y tiene una ubre muy práctica, con un buen flujo de leche que se evidencia en su cría.
And then in third place, we've got a female that you just admire for her balance and how much bone and power she has.
La hembra del tercer lugar es una hembra que le gusta por el balance que tiene.
She's also good and athletic on her feet and legs.
Es también buena y atlética cuando se desplaza.
I would like to refine those teats a bit, make them a more appropriate size,
Le gustaría que las tetas fueran un poco más refinadas y de un mejor tamaño,
because the udder has some balance, so that would really go a long way.
pero la ubre tiene buen balance.
And then in fourth place, we've got a female that is quite high quality in her own right because she's feminine, maternal, and long-bodied.
La hembra que está al final es una hembra también muy buena porque es de una línea maternal de buena calidad.
She's also sound enough on her feet and legs,
Ella también es buena en sus manos y en sus patas, correcta,
and she's got some udder quality.
y está desarrollando una ubre de calidad.
I'd like to just see her a little bolder in her forerib, a little more expressive in her rib cage.
Le gustaría que fuera un poco más arqueada y de mayor volumen en su tercio medio, costillas,
And that would make her compete better against the high dimension cattle ahead of her.
para necesitar un poquito más de dimensión para competir con las hembras que están adelante de ella.
Exceptional at the top of this class. Good set of cattle.
Excepcionales las hembras que están en los primeros lugares de esta categoría.
Resultados del grupo 14.
Okay, everybody, so in this last class, class number 14, we had Rancho Chapapote in first with their JDH Mr. Elmo Manso daughter. So I think Vanessa Hudgens was watching, so she's going to recognize JDH there. And out of a JDH Mr. Woodman Manso female. And then in second place, we had, can kind of hear myself talking. There we go. Okay, and then in second place we had the San Jose Marco Barba entry. That's going to be a Mr. V8 994 over 7 daughter out of the JDH Riley DeManso female that has been so successful for him. She really has done a tremendous job in their breeding program. We were talking earlier about the November magazine and how it has a lot of stats and data. So for example, if you're talking about let's go look for some female information here. We do have some female information. There we go. So in the top producing females for gray champion producing females at the National de Cebu, we have, for example, the female, the Salina female, which did tremendous for the Ganaderia Rosa del Alba, and she has produced tremendously for them. They've had a very successful time with that female. And then Rancho Chapapote has 2, 3, and 4 on our list. They have a JDH Lady Gaga Manso, JDH Lady Leona Manso, and JDH Miss Curtis Manso, and then of course also the JDH Lady Rosie Manso, which I think we were talking about earlier today. So congratulations, of course. And then in second in that class, as we said, was the Marco Barba entry. Now in class number 13, we're going back and catching up just a little bit. We had the Bodega Agropecuaria Genetica. They came in second in that last class. That was the JDH Wellington Manso female out of a JDH Sir Liberty Manso daughter. And then in first was the Hermanos Pelaez Perez and El Porvenir. And that's again going to be a JDH Sir Mary Manso out of a JDH Wellington Manso. And I'm kind of curious. I'm going to be looking back and seeing if we see that possibly that earlier champion that they had, that was the Hoban Maynard champion, it might be, no, that was a Comet Manso, so not related. Just going, always interesting to see if we find that relation between siblings that are here at the show. So again, we had first and second in that last class, which was class number 14, and it was first to Chapapote, second to Marco Barba. So congratulations. And interestingly, our November edition has a bull of Marco Barba's on the cover. That was a bull that was actually a national Brahman champion. He's also had a Gray Grand champion in the National Cebu shows. So National Cebu champion in 2019 was the Pompeo bull, with Chapapote coming in reserve champion in 2019 with our JDH Sir Lawford Manso son. Again, you know, when we look at the way that the facts and data and information about champions, we did do some grand and reserve grand champion, the most grands and reserve grands at the National Cebu show by owner. And so when we run them down, we see Rancho Chapapote is number 11. We see number 2 as Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. We see number 3 as Hermanos Pelaez Escamilla. And we see number 4 as Rancho El Caposo and Ganaderia El Palmar. We're going to listen to the judge now talk this class. It looks like we're going to have 145 in second and 150 in first, if you're following along. So that's going to be El Palmar, and it's going to be El Porvenir as far as who won. So it looks like, yes, it looks like the Ganaderia El Palmar with their JDH Josiah Manso daughter out of a JDH Woodson de Manso female is going to be in first. If you're following along, that's again 150. And in second, we're going to have the HP brand, the HP El Porvenir brand.
Some more maternal quality for this class.
Una hembra de muy materna que está en el primer lugar de esta categoría.
The cow that wins this class is certainly the soundest on her feet and legs, and I think she's got the most udder quality.
Es una hembra que es muy correcta en sus manos y en sus patas y de una adecuada cualidad.
She's got a happy, healthy calf, and that shows that that milk flow is present.
Ella tiene una bonita cría, lo que hace que se vea que tiene un muy buen flujo de leche.
But she's also a well-balanced cow with enough rib shape. I think she's adequate in terms of her muscle, just nice balance to her.
Es una hembra muy adecuada que tiene una forma de costillas adecuada y un muy buen balance en su musculatura.
Our second place cow is maybe the more powerful cow in the class.
La hembra del segundo lugar es una hembra de mucho poder, la de más poder en su clase.
Tremendous foot size and bone and skeleton on this female.
Un muy grande tamaño de sus pezuñas y de su hueso.
Now she's not quite as soft through her center body.
Ella no es tan suave en su tercio medio.
And that calf might have had a drink on those rear 2 quarters, but I still don't think that udder is quite as well balanced as we'd like it to be.
Sin embargo, sus tetas, no están tan bien balanceadas como él quisiera.
Then in third place, we've got a female that's maternal, long-bodied, big-ribbed.
En tercer lugar, una hembra muy maternal también, de un cuerpo largo y de buenas costillas.
Also a female that I'd call adequate in terms of athleticism.
Es también una hembra que es adecuada y correcta en términos de que es muy atlética.
Her natural muscle shape and tone isn't quite as expressive as the 2 ahead of her.
Su tono de musculatura natural quizás no es tan expresiva como las hembras que están delante de ella.
And here's a female that I think wet and in production is going to give us a better balance.
Sin embargo, es una hembra que considera que cuando ella entra en producción va a tener un muy buen balance.
Then in fourth place, we've got a cow that's got a big strapping calf on the side of her.
La hembra que está en el cuarto lugar es una buena hembra también que tiene una buena cría al lado.
Also easy moving female, good in her skeleton.
Es una hembra también que es muy buena en toda su estructura.
Really maternal with good Brahman breed character.
Es muy maternal con una muy buena caracterización racial.
She does get a bit of lean through her center body, and I'd like to change the balance of her udder and suspend it a little better.
Ella es un poco...
I'd like more softness of fleshing over her ribs and balance on her udder.
Le gustaría que tuviera una mejor forma sobre sus costillas y que su ubre fuera de un mejor balance.
And then closing off the class, we've got a female that I think is a little out of sync in terms of hormonal balance. We get this female with a calf-fit foot and in production, and she's going to just look a little bit more ladylike.
Es una hembra que también considera que está un poco fuera de balance hormonal, sin embargo, cuando ella entre en producción, eso debe de mejorar.
Very interesting class of animals. Congratulations.
Buena clase de animales, felicidades.
Resultado.
Okay, we just finished that last class, so we're getting ready to go into a championship drive for the Joven Mayor. And so in Joven Mayor, in that class number 13, we're going to see the Hermanos Pelaez Perez. That's going to be walking in the arena right now. Walking in the arena right now is going to be a JDH Sermari Manso daughter out of a JDH Wellington Manso female. And then coming in first in the second class, which is going to be class number 14, we're looking at a Rancho Chapapote. This is entry 142. This is going to be a JDH Mr. Elmo Manso daughter out of a JDH Mr. Woodman Manso. And then coming in that oldest division, we have the Ganaderiel Palmar, that's entry number 150. This is going to be a JDH Josiah Manso out of a JDH Woodson de Manso female. So again, as we were saying, we really appreciate you guys watching. Mariano and Tana and Ali and Francisco. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's going very quickly, and I'm doing a lot of different jobs, so it's sometimes I'm not talking quite as much, but there you go. And Juan, thank you for joining us. We are in the arena in Tuxtla Gutierrez with the gray female show. We'll do gray females, and then we will be moving into the gray bulls. We have PJ Butler of South Africa is the judge here. As PJ was saying, if you guys go back and watch the very beginning of this live stream, if you're just joining us now, it's really interesting to hear him and how he judges what he looks for. He gives some really good explanations of what he is looking for. And of course, he also talked about how he has already judged 41, yes, that is right, 41 shows so far this year, not because he necessarily doesn't have enough to do, as he said, but because he's really passionate about cattle. So, and he's passionate about all kinds of cattle. So he's not just a Brahman judge, but he is a really good judge. So thank you, and let us know where you're watching from and what you think about the show, and make sure you share on the internet and on Facebook to all your friends the information about this show so they can watch it too. And remember, we're thanking the Miami International Show, Miami International Horse and Cattle Show. That is going to happen in April 8, 9, and 10. We'd like to thank Senator Soto of the Miami International Show for sponsoring us here and helping bring this live stream to you. I know a lot of people have really enjoyed it, and I know that we really look forward to seeing you all in Miami. Miami's a great destination. That's a lovely show to go to. They always have cattle there, and we look forward to seeing you. Now let's listen to PJ Butler,
this
the
adult
judge.
division's also brought quality and power, and it's made us think a little bit because we've had to compromise on certain traits.
Esta hembra también tiene mucha calidad, sin embargo, también hay ciertas características que están comprometidas en algunas de ellas.
But I think the females in this lineup still check all those boxes of being functionally efficient, maternal, massive, with muscle.
Sin embargo, en la primera línea estoy verificando que sean maternales, funcionales.
And also, we've stuck true to the fact that these cattle have to be athletic on good feet and legs.
Y también la cuestión de que estas hembras tienen que ser buenas y correctas en sus manos y patas.
And there's a lot of quality and breed character in this class.
Y también hay mucha calidad en caracterización racial en esta categoría.
Okay, I'll go pick your senior champion and reserve. I think there are a lot of different options here, but I really like the two that get on top for me. Congratulations.
Voy a ir a escoger mi campeón y mi campeona reserva. Creo que hay diferentes opciones aquí y tipos, y va a ir a ver sus campeonas.
And so the judge is walking through, going to be looking at which one he goes to. It looks like he is going to the, okay, he went to that first class. That's entry number 140. That's Perez. So that is that HP brand. So congratulations to them. And moving in for reserve consideration is going to be the Bodega Agropecuario Genetica. And it looks like he is walking towards Rancho Chapapote. Rancho Chapapote will be reserve division. Reserve division is Rancho Chapapote. Congratulations.
Campeona reservada joven mayor.
Tremendous quality on the top of this class. I think here's a cow that's really complete and fulfills all the traits that we're looking to fulfill earlier on today.
La hembra que ocupa el primer lugar es una hembra muy completa que llena todos los requisitos que está buscando durante este juzgamiento.
Again, she's maternal, she's massive, she has muscle.
Ella es materna, ella tiene musculatura, ella tiene un buen volumen.
She's got some milk flow and what I'd call a very well-balanced udder, doing a tremendous job on her bull calf.
Es una hembra que tiene un buen flujo de leche y cuando lo digo veo cómo está creando su becerro.
And she's the best in the class on her feet and legs and in terms of athleticism.
Ella es la mejor en su clase y también en términos de sus manos y de sus patas.
Really good pair of Brahman cattle. Congratulations.
Un muy buen par de vaca becerro. Felicidades.
Now, I love the udder quality in our second place cow.
Me gusta mucho la calidad de la hembra del segundo lugar.
Those teats are nicely placed, nice level udder floor and well suspended.
Unas tetas de buen tamaño con un buen piso de ubre, de buen balance.
She gets a little sickle in her hock as she moves off her hind legs.
Es un poco remetida de sus patas a nivel de sus corvejones.
And that's what lands her in second, but she's a really complete, good female.
Eso es la que hace que esté en segundo lugar, pero es una hembra muy completa.
Then in third place, we've got a female that I just love for her structural integrity. She's easy moving, she's good in her skeleton, she's got a nice amount of muscle to her.
La hembra del tercer lugar le gusta mucho por la integridad estructural que tiene, está muy bien al moverse.
Maybe just needs to be powered up in her center body a little bit to compete against the two powerhouses ahead of her.
Sin embargo, necesita un poco más de poder y un poco más de volumen para poder competir con las hembras que están adelante de ella.
Fourth place is a cow with a big fat heifer calf at her side.
La hembra del cuarto lugar es es la hembra que tiene una cría grande de su lado.
Another female that's just a little sickle on her hind legs. If she was a little stronger on that back leg with a little less angle on her hock, she'd be very competitive in this class.
Es una hembra también que es remetida de las patas posteriores, tiene mucho ángulo en sus corvejones y eso lo hace a que ella ocupe ese lugar.
Tremendous udder quality with good teat size and placement.
Mucha calidad también y tiene muy buenas tetas y en una buena posición.
Good functional pair of cattle.
Una buena y funcional vaca y buen par vaca becerro.
Fifth place, a different type of female, packed full of muscle and width.
La hembra del quinto lugar es una hembra de un tipo diferente en su musculatura y en la forma de sus costillas.
She does roach up in her spine a little bit on the move.
See what?
She roaches in her spine on the move. She's a roach back, like her back goes like that when she moves.
The roads?
So when she moves, her spine's not level, it roaches up.
Okay. Él dice que la hembra cuando se desplaza su línea superior no es tan fuerte y tiende a moverse un poco.
And I just like to change her udder balance and shorten those front two teats a little bit.
Y también le gustaría porque fuera un poco más balanceada las tetas de adelante de su ubre.
Then in sixth place, a female that on the profile you just love her.
Es una hembra, la hembra del último lugar es una hembra que vista de perfil es muy atractiva.
But on the move, she's a little restricted in her shoulder and not quite as much reach of her hind leg as you'd like.
Y es una hembra que cuando se mueve ella es un poco restringida en sus espaldas, así también las aplomos posteriores no son buenos.
Very good class of cattle again. Congratulations.
Una buena clase en términos de calidad. Felicidades.
Resultados para el grupo 16, primer lugar, placa 157, Marco Antonio Barbarrocha. Segundo lugar, placa 152 de Finca Perseverancia. Tercer lugar, placa 154, Manuel Pariente Gavito y Familia. Cuarto lugar, 156 de Manuel Pariente Gavito y Familia. Quinto lugar, 153, Rancho Chapopote.
Okay, so that was class number 16, and our winner went to Ganaderia San Jose. That is going to be Marco Barba with his Mr. V8 888 over 7 daughter out of the JDH Mr. Amos Manso daughter. So again, that was Ganaderia San Jose, Marco Barba, and have to think about it. Finco Perseverencia Cinco Perseverancia was second in that class with their JDH Riley Danso daughter out of a Lawford female. So again, we have quite a few great genetics going on here. I know everyone is excited to see this. Make sure you let us know what you think about it. We are fixing some cameras, so let me get moving over here so you guys can see a little something else. There we go. We're going to move the camera for you guys. We're replacing one camera. We ran out of battery. So we have 3 animals in this class, and the judge has placed, no, 2 animals in this class, sorry. And the judge, it looks like he has made his decision. And we're going to have Rosa del Alba in first. This is going to be Rosa del Alba.
There's an exceptional female that wins this class. So much mass and muscle.
Una hembra excepcional que ganó esta clase, muy masiva y muy balanceada.
A female that's doing a really good job on her bull calf.
Una hembra que está haciendo un muy buen trabajo con su becerro.
Good balanced udder.
Una ubre bien balanceada.
Athletic and functional and flexible on the move.
Atlética y balanceada cuando se mueve.
And despite how strong she is, she's still got some maternal up through her neck, head, and skull.
Sin embargo, a pesar de ser tan fuerte, ella conserva muy buena maternidad.
Our second place female is a little different. She's a little flatter in her muscle shape, maybe not quite as bold and as expressive in her center body.
La hembra del segundo lugar es una hembra que quizá es de una musculatura más plana y no tiene el mismo volumen en el tercio medio que la hembra que está delante de ella.
She is feminine and she's smooth-shouldered.
Ella es femenina y se mueve muy bien.
And she is nice and flexible on the move.
Y ella también se desplaza muy bien.
I would like to change the shape of her muzzle and give her a little bit more jaw.
Ella le gustaría que fuera su musculatura un poco mejor, sobre todo en el tren posterior.
2 good females, congratulations.
2 hembras muy buenas, felicidades.
Okay, so in that last class, we had in first place a Ganaderia San Jose. Okay, we will. Christian, we need to find Judd and tell him to check his WhatsApp. We're on it, Christian. We're on it. Okay, in first place we have Ganaderia Rosa del Alba with their Mr. Jarocco daughter, and out of a JDH Mr. Elmo Manso daughter. And then in second we had El Caposo with their JDH Clovis de Manso female, out of a JDH Weston Manso female. We only have 1 in this class. Now I remember this cow. Do you remember this cow from Palenque? She had a beautiful red heifer calf on her side. Remember? She was reserve senior champion or senior champion, I think. So yeah, so absolutely. So yeah, she is a very beautiful female and had an amazing red heifer calf on her side, like tinted red. She wasn't necessarily going to be red in the long run. So this is our friends from Agua Catilla, so they're going to be a class winner here. This is class 18, and then we are getting ready to go into the championship drive here shortly.
Just a single entry female here, but one that's got some femininity, length of body, and certainly a lot of athleticism.
Una hembra que entra sola, pero tiene mucha feminidad y mucho se desplaza atléticamente.
I do like her natural rib shape she has, and she's got some chest.
So we are looking at classes 16, 17, and 18. So right now coming in for championship consideration, in the very first class, we have Marco Barba, Ganaderia San Jose. We have his Mr. V8 888 over 7 daughter. In that second class, we have the Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. That is a Mr. Jericho daughter out of a Elmo female. And in that oldest class, we have the El Aguacatillo, Mario Navarrete. He has his Mr. V8 191 over 7 female that is out of a Rete daughter. So we are in this oldest division. This is the adult division. The adult division. We'll be catching up with a few things and talking during the break. I think there'll be only a very short break before we go into the bull show. I don't think we'll be taking a long break. We'll be going into the bull show. And of course, don't forget Miami, April 8, 9, 10. We want to see you there.
We've seen a lot of quality and power and Brahman excellence in these mature cows. Let's put our hands together ringside and give them a big round of applause.
Tenemos aquí unas bonitas hembras de mucho poder y quisiera que les dieran un aplauso a ellas.
Because of some of the numbers in some of these classes, we couldn't quite put together the type that we've been looking for, perhaps. But nevertheless, these cattle are still all functional, very athletic on good feet and legs.
Quizá no podemos poner en todas ellas algunas de las características que buscamos, pero tenemos animales muy atléticos.
And I think the champion and reserve in this division are going to fit together really nicely with the other division champions in terms of being maternal with mass and muscle.
Sin embargo, las campeonas que resulten de aquí van a llenar muy bien los requisitos en cuestiones maternales y de musculatura como las del campeonato anterior.
Congratulations again. Bringing this type of female at this maturity out with this quality is quite a job. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias. Va a escoger la campeona y poner aquí estas hembras de esta calidad es un trabajo muy arduo.
Campeona adulta, placa 157, San José Natasha 318 sobre 8 de Marco Antonio Barba Arrocha.
So congratulations, of course, to Marco Barba of,
Campeona
yep. And then we had Rosa de Alba. Congratulations.
de Canal.
Mientras acomodan a todos los grupos que van a participar en Progenie de la Vaca, hablemos un poco acerca de los campeones que tuvimos en la división adulta. La campeona adulta viene de la placa 157, San José Natasha, 318 del 8, una nieta de Mr. B8, 830 del 6, y nieta también de JDH Mr. Amos Manso. Mientras tanto, la campeona reservada La campeona reservada viene de Ganadería Rosa del Alba con la placa 158 y es GRDA Almendra del Alba 571 del 8. Una nieta de JDH Mr. Elmo Manso e hija de GRDA Mr. Jarocho del 144 del 2. Muchas felicidades al señor Marco, quien fue el campeón, la ganadería de la campeona adulta, y a la señora Rosy Molina de Ganadería Rosa del Alba por la campeona adulta reservada. Kristen, that's so funny. I believe Miss Vicky already told Judd, your dad about that. Does he has an answer yet? Just asking. And of course, regards to Mr. Carlos Guerra from La Muñeca. Animal, Mr. Carlos, and we are agree with you. The cattle here is amazing, and we have more coming up next.
What an exceptional sight of grey Brahman cattle in this progeny of dam class. Let's all give a big round of applause and congratulate these exhibitors of putting these cattle together like this.
Un excepcional grupo de animales de progenie de vaca. Démosle un aplauso a los creadores por exponer estos animales aquí en esta competencia.
Now, when evaluating these progeny classes, we're looking for uniformity of quality, but also uniformity of type.
Aquí lo que buscamos en esta competencia es uniformidad y calidad, pero también buscamos un tipo de animal similar.
And that's a big challenge because often you can put some good ones together, but they maybe don't match.
Y eso es un desafío grande porque ustedes pueden poner un grupo de animales y no siempre eso va a funcionar bien o a ser iguales.
So I've selected our top three. Juan Fernando will go and pull them out for you. Congratulations again. It's a real feat to put these cattle together. Exceptional achievement.
Va a seleccionar las tres y las voy a jalar hacia adelante.
De progenie de vaca es la progenie presentada por los hermanos Peláez Pérez.
De la vaca
So, first
176
was-
sobre 3.
Hermanos Pelaez Perez. Congratulations, they won the Progenio de Vaca. So are we going to have any more group classes, Iran, are you aware of?
This one, I don't think so.
Okay,
After the bull show, yeah, probably yes.
okay, all right, after the bull show, guys, we're going to have some more. So good to know. And we just responded to Kristen. I hope that she got that message. And we were on it. We just had to find Judd and ask him that question for you. So congratulations. We're getting ready to go take some photos, I think. And then I'll be back for the Grand Championship Drive. Exciting.
Felicitamos a la familia
Okay, we are live and we're getting ready for the Grand Champion Drive in the females. Grand Champion Drive in the females. And we're going to look for the comments. Okay, so in the very first division, the very first Tenera division, we're going to be looking for the JDH Wellington Manso daughter out of a Criador Lastra female that is belonging to Daniel Garcia Carrera of Brahman Montebello Reforma. In the Becerra division, we're going to look for the Ganaderia Magil, Marco Gil's entry. That's going to be a JDH Sir Winston Manso daughter out of a JDH Sir Corona Manso female. In the Joven Menor, we had the champion, which was the HPP brand. That's going to be Hermanos Pelaez Perez, and that is going to be El Porvenir, and that is a JDH Comet Manso daughter out of a JDH Becton Manso female. In the Hoven division, we have Rancho Chapapote with their Woodson daughter out of a Madison de Manso female named JDH Lady Rosie Manso. In the Joven Mayor division, I'm looking for the Joven Mayor division champion. The Joven Mayor division champion. And then after the Joven Mayor division, we will have the Adulto. But the Joven Mayor, that's going to be the champion out of, okay, the champion was in Joven Mayor was number 140, who is going to be the entry of, got to get flipped back to that page. Oh, HPP again, Hermano Pelaez Perez, and that is El Porvenir. And then the reserve champion was, of course, the 142 entry of Rancho Chapapote. And then in the Adulto division, I have that. We're looking for the entry of Marco Barba of San Jose, and that is going to be a Mr. V8 888/7 daughter out of JDH Mr. Amos Manso. So in those reserves, so coming back in for one of these animals will be coming back in for reserve consideration, and we are so glad you guys are watching. Hacienda San Francisco, Jose Guzman, Pipi Heneo, we're really glad y'all are watching. Tell us where you're watching from. So reserve considerations coming back in the arena. It's going to be an entry, actually a full sibling to that very first winner. So the Tenera champion, they were flesh mates, they were full siblings, and that is going to be the Brahman Montebello Ranch. In the reserve Becerra, we had La Heredura of Pichucalco, Chiapas, and that is a JDH Sir Mary Manso daughter out of a ASM La Vitrina. In the reserve division, Joven Menor reserve division is going to be Enrique Sanchez of Rancho Chapapote. Hey, Isa, glad to see you watching. Thank you for watching, Isa. And then in the reserve division, in the Joven, we had the El Aguacatillo. That's Mario Navarrete. He had his JDH Woodson de Manso daughter out of a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso female. And our reserve champion, of course, in the Joven Mayor division was Rancho Chapapote with their JDH Mr. Elmo Manso daughter out of a JDH Mr. Woodman Manso female. I'm wondering if that's the one that they sold in the sale. I think they might be showing it for someone here. If I remember correctly, yes, they did mention that. Yes, Jesus mentioned that yesterday. So I'm wondering if that's that same female, because she was reserve champion in the division, in one of the divisions there at the National Brahman Show. So good to know. Very interesting information. And then our champion, of course, our reserve champion just now in this senior division, what we would call senior in the United States, they call adulto here, is going to be the Ganaderia Rosa del Alba entry, which is a Mr. Jericho del 144/2. Now, if I remember correctly, that bull is also the sire. Let's go see if I can find my information. No, that is not. But that is a bull that Rosa de Alba has used extensively, and that is out of a JDH Mr. Elmo Manso daughter. So we've got a lot of Elmo, Woodson, Liberty, Madison, those kind of genetics, and it's very exciting. We're getting ready. So in comes the very first entry, which of course is the Brahman Montebello Reforma. So that is in the youngest division. That's the Tenera Calf division. And then in this second division, which is Becerra, we're going to be looking right now at this red tinged heifer. This is Marco Gil of Ganaderia Magil. That's going to be a JDH Sir Winston Manso out of a Corona. This third one with the HP honor, this is going to be the champion out of the Joven Menor, and that is going to be the JDH Comet, followed up by the Rancho Chapapote entry, a Woodson, followed up by the Joven Mayor, which is going to be the Hermanos Pelaez Perez, and then followed up in the last hole is going to be that senior champion, or what we call the Adulto, with Marco Barba.
The article was good. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I just had Miss Carolyn Falgo tell me the article in the December magazine was good, so thank you, Carolyn. I'm going to take some photos while we're going to let Iran stay here with the camera, and good luck to all the breeders. We'll come back and start talking. Hey, did we ever get this up there? Thank you so much, Carlos Guerra. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Carlos Guerra of La Muneca. He was driving through Hempstead. I told him I was in I was in Mexico, and he said he would give a shout out to all the breeders. So thank you so much. We agree. That is a great championship drive, Brandon. We're going to let Iran take over from here.
Well, our sixth division champions and reserves have come out here, and what an exceptional set of grey Brahman females. I think they deserve a big round of applause and a big appreciation for getting to this point in the competition.
Aquí tenemos a las 6 campeonas de su división y a sus reservadas. Creo que merecen un gran aplauso estas hembras.
And the way I look at these cattle is I just see so much maternal and femininity in all of them.
Observen estas hembras y miren la cantidad de tipo materno que ellas muestran.
And that's important because the Brahman is a maternal breed, and it's the breed that's made quality beef possible in the tropics and subtropics.
Es una característica importante porque el Brahman es el que hace posible la producción de carne en los trópicos.
Then all of these cattle have more than enough muscle, shape, and volume.
Y todas estas hembras tienen más que suficiente cantidad y forma de musculatura.
But they also balance it with easy fleshing ability and fattening ability.
Pero también ellas cuentan con buena precocidad.
What I also love is these cattle can all move. They're good-footed cattle, they're flexible on good feet and legs and soft joints.
Pero algo que le gusta más es que todas estas hembras se desplazan muy bien y son muy flexibles en sus articulaciones, manos y patas.
And they're also really good to look at.
Y también ellas son muy bonitas al observarlas.
I'm going to take one more walk around and then I'll show you your grand champion for today's show. But I've had an exceptional time going through these females and I'm really, really pleased with what's come out on top. Congratulations to all.
Va a dar una última vuelta para escoger a su campeona y realmente gustó mucho de juzgar estas hembras y de encontrar estos animales.
Gran campeona de la raza Brahman, placa 119, Maya Fabián de Rancho Chapopote.
Gran campeona reservada, placa 157, San José Natasha de Marco Antonio Barba Arrocha. Felicitamos a los criadores y expositores. Los invitamos a pasar al área de premiación.
Well, guys, we hear right now that the champion is the entry 119, a Chapopote cow, and the reserve champion is Marco Barba Arrocha champion. So we have our grand champions female gray and our reserve grand champion female gray. We are going to make a little break to take some photos, and we will start with the Gray Bull show very soon. Thank you for watching. Again, thank you to our sponsor that bring us here and make all the photos of this show completely free for all of us. The Miami International Agriculture Horse and Cattle Show. They are having their event on April 8 to 10 on 2022, and the magic sale in the April 8 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you very much, and we will see you in the next video. Muchas gracias a todos. Ya escuchamos que los campeones vienen con la placa 119 de Chapopote, y la reserva de gran campeón viene de la ganadería de Marco Barba Rocha. Felicidades a los campeones, y vamos ahorita a hacer un pequeño break para tomar algunas fotos y regresaremos con el show de machos grises. Vamos a hacer un corte y empezar con otro video. Los veremos pronto, y de nuevo muchas gracias a nuestro patrocinador Miami International Agriculture Horse and Cattle Show. Están teniendo su evento del 8 al 10 de abril del 2022 y su subasta Magic Sale el 8 de abril a las 7 p.m. tiempo del este. Hagan la conversión para que estén al pendiente y participen de este gran evento. Gracias a ellos tenemos todas las fotos completamente gratis y ya subimos las del show de ayer, todas las red female, todas las hembras rojas, todas los machos rojos ya están en el sitio de BrahmanJournalPhotos.com. Ahí pueden visitarlo. O si se les hace más fácil, BrahmanPhotos.com, completamente gratis, todas las fotos del evento. Nos vemos en el siguiente video.